Okay, we are back. We had basically to reset the live stream. The connection just went. Took three attempts to get the live stream back up. Now we were discussing um, the changes in demographic of nationality in the NHL, and that's with the direction that the NHL has taken in regards to drafting expansion. Supporting those teams in the non-traditional locations and the European invasion since the 80s of players getting drafted from Europe and coming over, and of course the end of communism and all those skilled players coming over to the US and Canada, and of course what we've seen with Finland winning the gold medal in the World Championships, and for their population size to compete at that level consistently every single year is ridiculous. Olympics, World Championships, ridiculous. Obviously, if you're just popping into the live stream, yes, this is the second attempt at the 900 subscriber special. We ticked over to that last night. We've hit some milestones in the last few days. We've hit 2,000 videos put up on the channel, 200,000 views, 900 subscribers, and so we've hit some milestones. Obviously, um, in the last couple of days. I do honestly believe we'll hit 1,000 subs in the required view hours long before the end of the summer. If not before the Rugby League World Cup, at least definitely during or after that tournament, although we have got the Women's Euros coming up in a month's time. And of course, at the end of the year, we have the Football World Cup. I was just looking at the situation regarding Birmingham City and the takeover, potential takeover, and fans reacted quite badly on social media, but it doesn't help that the EFL are now looking at the current ownership in regards to the directors' test and how they may have got round certain ownership rules, which is a concern. Birmingham could be in a Derby County Chelsea situation before too long. It is quite worrying. And then you've got to worry about the stadium, half the stadium not being fit to be used because of asbestos. That's taking time to get that half of the stadium reopened. We've covered the Birmingham situation to death on live streams. I'm going to have to look at obviously the situation with Birmingham City in more detail, and I may have to do a video on it. So watch this space if you are a Birmingham City fan. I don't know enough about the ins and outs of the situation at the football club to pass comment. It would be not right of me to do so. I don't know how long you've been following Dan. It does seem like yesterday it was 890. Look, I've been looking back into history. I think a year and a bit ago I was at 650. So I'm going to have to look at all the milestone videos that I've done. But growth was quicker in 2018, 2019. It has slowed, I think, in noticeably slowed in um, the last 2 and a bit years. Has been very noticeable across the platform for a lot of creators. It's not just me. That growth has tailed off with the rise of other streaming services and social media sites and video creation sites like TikTok. Growth has sort of tailed off for a lot of um, creators have noticed that. I would say it's the quickest period of growth we've had in a while. I would agree with that. And you know, it's hard to put a finger. I'll have to go back and look at my milestone videos and how often the gaps are between hitting 100 subs, 150. Every 25, 75. When every time I hit a milestone, how much of a gap there's between each milestone hit. But I think we've gained nearly 9 subscribers in the last 48 hours or something, which is on the big scale of things isn't a lot. But in this channel's life, that is a fair amount. I think the most subscribers we gained in a day was like 80 or 90 or something really bizarre. I think it was in one live stream. It just went bizarre, and I was saying, look at your view counts, look at some of the people in the chat were like, you've got to check out the growth of the channel. It's gone ridiculously bananas. Um, So that's interesting. You may have noticed I've done some club history videos today, and of course yesterday. I think because I've got a week off work, I'm going to do more of these. I said this before, but I found you because you were the only channel who had a video on the footballing history of PSG. Um, yeah, PSG is an interesting one. I don't. Obviously, there's a lot of fan channels of each individual team. It doesn't matter what sport we're talking about. I've seen Winnipeg Jets channels in the NHL. I've seen uh, fan channels on individual teams in the sport, and individual league channels where someone focuses solely on that league or that particular sport. I'd never come across a PSG fan channel, be it in the English language or the French language, anywhere. I've not come across a PSG fan channel where someone has devoted their time to discussing issues surrounding PSG Football Club. Um, and so, yes, it's. I mean, that PSG video is dated now. I mean, that's like 4 years ago, and obviously, they've won more trophies in that time. They've been to a Champions League final in that time. So I need to update some of the history videos that I've done, and they will always need updating because as soon as I mean, Sunderland, may get promoted to the Premier League next season. They might go on a cup run, win the FA Cup or League Cup or something in the next couple of years, and then that or Nottingham Forest may do that, and then suddenly I've got to change, update, uh, the videos like the Eintracht Frankfurt um, video I did on the history of Eintracht Frankfurt a few months ago. They've now won the Europa League, so um, you know. There you go. I mean, I've done a history on the Bees organisation, and James Galazzi. I mean, look, he's a really interesting character. I've actually met him. I've spoken to him in person. I've picked his brains on some of the stats, and he really is a stats nerd. His body must be broken. The fact he's at a semi-pro level and he has a full-time job in the day and he does what he does. I'm not surprised he's decided to go. You know what? I've had enough. My body just don't work anymore. If I'm being brutally honest, but I'll have to go back and redo a history video on them. Every history video I've done of an active team. This is why when I look at player careers, I always look at players that have retired, players that have called it a day because their stats are their stats and they're not going to play again. Um, so when Ronaldo and when Messi decide to retire, then we can break down their stats and what they've done in the game. Um, so it is obviously watching him play. It's been fun watching the majority of his career. He hasn't played his entire career at the Bees organisation. That is something to note. Um, but he's been a fantastic servant to the game at the lower levels in British ice hockey. There's a lot of players like him who, without their commitment and them playing, um, you know, for not a lot of money, we don't have the sport that we watch and love. And I would say that for any sport. You've got these not the most skillful players. They haven't quite made it to the higher levels of the sport, but without them, you don't have the sport and the building blocks because they will inspire someone to play the game, who then goes on to have a better career. Um, and they're what I call the unsung heroes of the sport. Now, I hope he stays involved, um, with the organisation or with the sport, you know, ongoing. It would be a shame if he was to go. I'm done completely. I'm not gonna be involved in the sport anymore. I think there's definitely a space for Gaza. Yes, our Gaza, not Paul Gascoigne, the actual Gaza, the true Gaza. Um, um, Within the sport, players like him who devote so long to the sport for very little money and very little reward. They don't just walk away. There will always be some involvement with the sporting community in that regard. Liam Stewart is leaving Milton Keynes and he wants to wear 49 for next season, which made Leeds fans think he's going there because he's a Leeds FC supporter. I think the new owner owns the 49ers. That's going to be interesting. I've actually got to do a video on an updated video on American owned football clubs in English football or British football. That's a reminder. I've got to do an updated video on um, the American money in English football with the Chelsea takeover, and I do believe the guy who owns the board. Yes, yeah. Well, again, player movement. There's a lot of this is the off season for several sports and player movement, and players who've deliberately wound down their contracts, who are now available to sign elsewhere, will obviously sign elsewhere. Um, if he decides to go up north, fair play to him. If that's what he wants to do, if that works for him and the team, um, and all parties are happy with that, fair play to him. I would say that looking at some of the contract negotiations we're seeing with like look at the Mbappe saga and how dirty Real Madrid feel. Well, they've been tapping up players illegally for years, and trying to get players out of contracts by breaking FIFA and UEFA rules for decades. The Mbappe contract and how that contract negotiation dragged on. I mean, the amount of money he's getting paid is not a positive thing. The Payne Haas contract situation in the NRL, that's dragging on, and that's been a PR disaster for Payne Haas and the Brisbane Broncos. So contract negotiations that get a bit toxic aren't a new thing. What are some fun summer sport things I can do around me? I'm not too far from a variety of golf courses. So golf, there's some golf courses nearby. There's a couple of tennis clubs nearby. If I was to be, sign up and become a tennis club member, which I don't, by the way. And there's a cricket club nearby as well. We've got a variety of leisure activities. There's a couple of cricket clubs locally. There's a couple of tennis clubs locally. There's park runs, which is like amateur, um, you know, running, like marathon running, which a lot of my friends partake in. I mean, one of my friends competes in marathons. I think she's mental. Um, she's got a full, truck driver's license, and she works for a cement company. And I think she's completely, cuckoo in her head. But she's done like 10 marathons in 10 days. Um, but there are like sports clubs you can sign up to be a member of. There are golf clubs nearby, so there's golf courses. You don't have to be necessarily a member to go down and play around the golf. Now that I'm going to just rearrange my settings to support my back. My back is unfortunately got a bit of a bad back this week. Oh, so much better. Let's get more comfy. I'm getting old. I'm only 32, but I feel like I'm 82. What do you mean by clubs? Like you show up and there's people ready to play? No, you become a member. So when I say clubs like cricket club or tennis club, you become a member, and then you can train there, you can practice, and then obviously you can also with your membership you can play against another member. Golf courses and golf clubs, you can be a golf club member where you get discounts on certain things, or you could just say, like, I want to play around a golf, and you pay a full fee. Members pay a reduced fee, that kind of thing, and you can just play around a golf with your mate. Turn up, or you can go on the driving range and just go on the drive, which was what I used to do. I used to go on the driving range mostly and enjoy spending an hour on two and pay about 20, 30 quid on the driving range and just knocking balls off the driving range, off the tee, and having a bit of a stress relief. But you can sign up. There's cricket clubs where you can sign up to be a member. You don't necessarily have to play. You can just watch. And if you're a member over a non-member, you get discounted ticket prices. You get more access to the bar and club events, which are not necessarily sports related. So there's a cricket club nearby, which you can sign up to become a member of, and your membership fee helps support the team, because these are amateur level with their facilities and equipment and groundskeeping costs and bills. They've got to pay their electric, they've got to pay their water, they've got to pay their taxes, all that kind of thing. Well, I think every this is what I think is interesting in regards to European and North American sports. Is yes, you've got your gyms and you've got your professional franchise teams, and you've got your minor league teams, and then you don't have your grassroots, amateur, semi-professional kind of club where you can sign up, be a member, play or watch or take up coaching. It seems to North America seems to lack that, where over here we have the community club. So yes, there's a tennis and cricket club 5 minute walk from my flat that way, which where I'm pointing is west, by the way. My arm is pointing. Is it west? Yes, west, east. West is that way. What am I doing? No, west that way. East that. Yeah, east is that way. So there's a cricket club and a tennis club down the road. East. Yes, my job. I've got to get my compass out, I think. And I could sign up and become a member, which means I, can practice, play, watch, and then get some membership perks where I get reduced fee in the club shop, that kind of thing. Who do I have winning in the NHL playoffs? I think if the Lightning do beat the Rangers, they've won the Stanley Cup, basically. Um, I think it's going to be a Rangers Avalanche Stanley Cup final. I'm probably going to be wrong. It's probably going to be a Lightning Oilers, but I think because here's the thing: the Avalanche have failed in the playoffs with the team they've got. They've underachieved over the recent season. The Oilers with Draisaitl and McDavid, ironically, when Ryan Nugent Hopkins is actually having a decent season, the team does better. He's the glue in that team, not McDavid, not Draisaitl. Nugent Hopkins is the true leader of the Oilers. I've been stating that for years. He should be wearing the C on his jersey, not McDavid. That's personal opinion, and people can disagree with that. They've also, with the talent their roster is, they've got so many issues defensively and scoring depth, and a whole range of issues that it's just a two-man band really. But Ryan Nugent Hopkins is the glue that keeps that team together. And when he's injured or having a poor season, the team's ironically having a poor season. And so, ironically, yes, once you shut David down, it is a lot easier to shut down the Oilers, as the Jets proved last year in a 4-0 sweep. Um, and the Avalanche are just free scoring and much better defensively. The Rangers, I think, have overachieved. I think they're ahead of schedule when it comes to their roster and their young players. I think they are ahead of the curve. I hope they don't crash. I hope that isn't the case and they don't crash back and have a disappointing next season. But I think they may be a season or two ahead of where they should be. I think they've overachieved, but they've got on a run. They win a game 7 against a team that likes winning game 7s. So they've proven in a pressure situation that they can get over the line. I think the Lightning, obviously having that rest after sweeping the Panthers, they've had that extra few days. Does that actually weaken their momentum? Because the Rangers have now got a bit of momentum. The Abs and the Oilers got a bit of momentum. The Lightning, could that lack of games being played in the last week, could that actually go against them? I think it's very hard to predict. I think the Lightning are still favourites for 3 in a row. But looking at the teams that are left, how much has the Battle of Alberta taken out the Oilers? How much has that Game 7 taken out the Rangers? These are questions, but I think the teams that have made it there's a reason why this is the semi-finals. I don't have any particular team. I think the Lightning, I think, are favourites to win because of their previous success and their continued, success under John Cooper. I think the Rangers and the Oilers with their lack of getting over the line, the Abs with their lack of getting over the line, and the Rangers being, as a squad, as a roster, the least experienced in the playoffs because they've had that rebuild phase, means they're the ultimate. The Rangers are the true underdogs. The Oilers and the Abs have underachieved with the talent that they have available to them. for many, many years, and the Oilers have been a disaster for a long time. And it's only in the last since 2017 that the Oilers have started to go playoffs, be around the playoffs, and then they have a down season. So the lack of consistency from the Oilers, the Abs, great regular season in the last couple of years, but it's just getting over that line has become a bit difficult. Now they're finally in a conference final. Now those questions drop away a little bit. They figured out how to win. Um, I think Tampa versus Colorado in the Stanley Cup final is not without the realms of possibility with how the two teams play. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Rangers and the Oilers, upset the apple cart. I think it's a very wide open final four, in my opinion. Will I be watching any of the games? I might try and catch one or two, but um, if I'm being brutally honest, this week is more of a relaxation week for me. But it's not been as relaxing as I would have liked. But I'm sort of because the Jets and the Coyotes, as you can see, I'm wearing my Coyotes hoodie, aren't involved in the playoffs this year. I haven't got as much interest. I'm more looking forward to the draft and free agency and and the trades that teams will make before the regular season. My eye is towards next season and the build up to next season now, because the teams that I follow in the NHL haven't made the playoffs this year. It's not that the start times for almost all major sports are tailored to American viewership. We in Europe feel that that there is a growing viewpoint from Europeans, especially when it comes to our domestic leagues and our and things like World Cups and Euros, that they've changed times to suit predominantly the Eastern Seaboard, where the majority of Canadians and American and US citizens live. Although, of course, you've got cities like LA and Vancouver, which are very big on the West Coast. But that 5 6 hour time difference between the East Coast of the US and Canada and Western Europe, where the major European football leagues, or as you would call soccer leagues, are based. We've seen kickoff times change to suit an American audience, and yes, it does piss us off. Um, it's been frustrating European fans um, for quite some time. In regards to, no, we're only 5 hours ahead, so 8 o'clock, it'll be 1 a.m. our time. Um, it's six. It'll be 6 hours ahead if it was Paris or Rome, or maybe I think Vienna's 7 hours ahead. So we're 5 hours ahead of the Eastern Seaboard. Paris and Rome are 6 hours ahead. I think when you get to like maybe I think Berlin and Vienna are I think seven. I think the further east, I don't know how the time zone fully works. I think Berlin and Vienna maybe an hour as well. I think it's Kiev that's two, and then Moscow's three. So the further east you go, you add the hours. But it doesn't overly bother me because I can catch up the games a day later. But then I've got to avoid social media and for 24 hours or 12 hours or however long it is that I've got to avoid social media. I've caught some of the playoff games in the past in mid evening or late evening, but not past midnight. I remember watching the St. Louis Blues Jets first round game one. Um, I think it faced off at 9:30, 10 o'clock UK time, and the final whistle went maybe just after midnight. So, but it is frustrating, especially when European League start times are changed for the US audience to suit their lunchtime viewing, and it does get a bit annoying when we have a lot of 5:30 p.m. kickoffs, when they would normally be at 3 o'clock, and then we get that 8 o'clock in the evening, the 7:30, 8 o'clock kickoff on a Friday night, which is the Friday night game is the most annoying game um, in a match day weekend. That pisses fans off no end. Um, so yes, suit that is a frustration that European fans, predominantly British fans, although other European fans such as Italians and Germans have been feeling for the best part of a decade and 15 years, as the US, not just domestic US and Canadian sports, but as especially the US and now the Canadians are buying into the English Premier League and the Bundesliga and Serie A and La Liga. French league not so much, but the other European leagues and the Champions League and the Europa League, etc. So the European football, the association football, soccer to you guys. We've noticed the kickoff times have changed from their traditional slots. We've noticed that um, some of our major finals, like the FA Cup final, they've changed the time slot and the time of day it's played, which is frustrating for us and deeply annoying. And I think the same. I think the same can be said when it comes to international, like the Euros and the World Cup and the international TV. They want to get the American viewership. They want to get the American money and the American corporations to be sponsors, which is why I'm very interested with the viewership figures for the World Cup in Qatar at the end of the year. ESPN used to start the college basketball season by doing a 24-hour special when there was a game every 2 hours for the whole day. But then that I well, it depends if that's a good idea. For the athletes, no, it's not. Um, but for the fans who live all around the world, because ESPN is actually a global network which has reception around the world. Because I used to have ESPN, American ESPN, when I was a kid, on our cable. We just had to be aware of the time zone difference. You know, being 5 hours ahead of the East Coast, 8 hours ahead of the West Coast. It was weird with their time clock being not the same as our time clock. But um, I'm not. I have mixed views on that. It's great for an international TV audience. It's not good for um, not good for the athletes really. When they're playing at weird hours of the day or night, that's not good for the human body clock. That's not healthy. Um, but again, it's the culture. It's the college sports over the. Oh, Ben Bounds. I mean, look, Ben Bounds is a brilliant goaltender. If he was younger, I could see. You know, I think if he was younger and playing as he is now, with the numbers he puts up, I could see like an NHL, maybe AHL level team picking him up as a draft pick, as a lower level goaltender, and with better coaching available and better pathways in place. I could have, in theory, yes, could have played in the US, but there are other young British players that are on the radar of um, draft scouts and those NHL scouts looking at Europe. So and there's ex NHL players who are playing in Europe who are still in contact with ex teammates and scouts who work for NHL AHL teams, getting on the phone saying you've got to check this kid out, check this guy out. So I think more British players at some point will be drafted into the NHL. It's not just going to be a Liam Kirk, and that's the only one. There are others in the pipeline that are getting interest from NHL teams. But yes, I think it's a fantastic thing that he's re-signed. I think for the third time now. But he's done a few stints in Europe. Yes, that has been impacted by COVID as well, and that has impacted his playing in the European leagues to a certain extent. He's mentioned that the COVID pandemic and how the restrictions have been brought in, vary from country to country, have um, you know um, impacted his ability to have an effective um, um, uh, European career. But he's a solid goaltender. Cade Nielsen and Liam Steele. Yes, Cade Nielsen, I've heard a fair bit about and a fair bit of interest from NHL scouts in him. Um, I've seen some articles actually written by, I think, Canadian and US websites, and I think The Athletic have mentioned him. So the fact that they're getting on the radar and that they are being considered for the NHL draft in the next couple of years is a massive thumbs up. They might go in this year's draft actually if they're old enough. I think you've got to be over the age of 8. I think you've got to be. Uh, I think you've got to, your birthday has to be on draft day actually to turn 18. So if their birthday is after draft day, then it's next year's draft. But if they turn 18 up to and the draft day, then yes, they are eligible for this year's draft. So that's either of them are right. Well, there is a lack of right-handed defensemen. I wouldn't I wouldn't throw a 18, 19-year-old British kid in the NHL from the level they've been playing at to the level that the NHL is. I think it's unfair that even first level draft picks sometimes get thrown into the NHL straight away. Um, this is where I think some of the European players actually had an advantage, in my opinion. Um, and that's my personal opinion. I think the European leagues, because they're playing against men when they're like 17, 18, I think they're better suited to, as soon as they're drafted, going into the NHL, AHL system straight off the bat. I do worry sometimes of some of the North American prospects being thrown in straight away um, from draft day straight in, when some of the European prospects might have had 1 or 2 seasons at times playing against senior veteran professionals. And Kate Nielsen, he's played the World Championships. He's got on that global, you know, vision, and scoring 2 goals at the World Championships not to be sniffed at. And then obviously last year Liam Kirk scoring 7 goals, that backs up Arizona going, we'll take a chance on this guy who's dropped 3 rounds of the draft because he was predicted to go anywhere between the 4th and the 2nd. He goes in the 7th, and Arizona looked like geniuses for drafting him when they did, and then his knee gets injured. I think that set Liam Kirk back a bit. But no, Kane Nielsen, he's been on the radar now for a couple of seasons with his progression, and playing at the World Championships at senior level. That's a big thing, big thing, and he will be playing in the NCAA, so he could get drafted this year, and then the team keep him in the NCAA system, so he's playing more regularly, and they may go, actually, here's an entry level contract. Do you know which NCAA? Oh, of course, Dan, you live in NCAA traditional country, don't you? Forgot about that. And you're just across the border from Ontario. Mad, don't you? I'll have a look at Cade Nielsen. It shouldn't be hard. Cade Nielsen on Elite Prospect. But the NCAA system at hockey, I think, is a great development ground for those more skilled players. And I think let's have a look. Here we go. He comes up quite early on. Here we go. Let's have a look at Elite Prospect. See what they're saying. Andy French has said that Brendan Perlini could be able to play for the Team GB, as he hasn't played for Canada for 4 years, but he isn't sure if he has to play over here to play. No, he doesn't. He doesn't, because Liam Kirk's not playing over here, and he still plays for GB. Cade Nielsen. Cade Nielsen, as he's now played for us, he's at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. There you go, in the NCAA. There you go. His last 5 games, he scored 2 and he got 3 assists. His last 10, he's scored 3 and got 5 assists. His last 5, he's a -2. His last 10 overall, he's a +1. So there you go. He was born on May 15th, 2001. He was born in Lafayette, Louisiana. There you go. His youth team was the Nottingham Pumas, which is one of the Nottingham Panthers teams. His father was Corey. He's got a brother called Corey Nielsen. His brother's Logan Nielsen. He's let's have a look. He's been playing. Um, he's played in the North American Hockey League with the Aberdeen Wings since 2019. Before that, he was with the Yarmouth Mariners in the MJAHL, and he's now with the University of Alaska Fairbanks from the 2022-2023 season. And then yeah, there's other stuff, but career totals, um, career highlights. He's been an all-star at under 11s, under 13s. He's been involved with the under 20s World Championship. Yeah, he's not a bad player. Quite frankly, not a bad player. And he's a centre as well. He's a centre. He's left-handed. There you go, left-handed centre. But he has a very good chance of going in the draft at some level. Um, so yeah, but he's played for Great Britain now. Pellini was actually born in Guildford. His brother plays for GB. He plays for Canada. He was born in Guildford. So there we go. Uh, so there was all sorts. I've got. So yeah, there's. It's a shame that Great Britain obviously didn't stay in the top division of the World Championships. But it is what it is. What's my thoughts on the Birmingham ownership situation now that I've had a look into it? I've had a little read on what's been reported in the local media about the potential takeover and how they want to sort of have a 2-year try before you buy. The social media response is either buy the club or go off, basically. I haven't been able to find enough information on the current ownership and the Football League investigation into Birmingham City and the directors' test situation. It'd be wrong for me to speculate, but yeah, the fans aren't happy with where the club's at with the ownership, and a lot of those problems, I have to admit, I'm going to be quite honest here, do lie with the EFL for allowing the current owner to buy a majority stake in the club. The previous owners to buy majority stakes, and that includes Sullivan and Gold and Carlson Young and the Kumar family, over many, many years of mismanagement and poor ownership. It seems you lurch from one poor owner to another. Now, when the Kumars and Sullivan and Gold were in charge, there was no director's test. But Carlson Young, when he purchased the club, there was. And how, over many, many years, many bad owners have owned Birmingham City, and the Football League has failed. And the FA has, and the Premier League as well, because Birmingham City have been a Premier League club in that time, have failed in the way that they have not fully safeguarded the asset, which is the club, from unscrupulous and unfit owners. Um, is unbelievable. And it's not just the EFL that's failed, because the Premier League have also failed. When Birmingham City were a Premier League club, there were concerns about the finances and the ownership. That's the Sullivan and Gold era, and the FA as well, because they set the rules in place partly from UEFA's remit, and they filter down. But so when UEFA says you've got to have some form of financial fair play, you set the limit with what is acceptable within your league structures, and then there's another various things when it comes to financial fair play. They've not, the whole thing is a mess. Um, yeah, the whole thing's a mess. It's like another Derby County. It's another Sheffield Wednesday, another Leeds United. I can the list can go on. Another Bury possibly. And yeah, the EFL have failed and failed quite dramatically. And it, while we can point fingers and 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 try and shift the blame, I think at the end of the day, the EFL has to take a lot of responsibility. The FA has to take a lot of responsibility, and to a certain the Premier League as well over that period had to take some responsibility for their poor governance, basically, and allowing these situations to develop at clubs that are actually embarrassing. Um, and there's going to be even further growing pressure from fans, just in general, not just of Birmingham City or Derby County or whatever club it is, but fans in general, fan supporters groups, that this fan led review. I actually think the 50+1 rule I think club ownership, if a club like this is in the situation, the EFL just comes in, takes control of the club until the super owner can be found. Um, there's calls to scrap the director's test because it doesn't work and replace it with what though? That's the problem. Now, I haven't read the full, proposals from. I think there's 50 odd proposals that football fans are putting forward. I I think it's going to take more than some proposals put forward by a pressure groups because multiple groups of fans to change this. And the fact that the Premier League clubs are the ones resisting an independent governing body tells you all you need to know about where the clubs are at with the lack of unification. Because League One and League Two clubs have been saying now for quite some time we need a salary cap, we need a spending cap. Suddenly UEFA are coming out going, we're going to change the spending rules. Now that's not in regards to League One and League Two. That's obviously in response to the Super League. But League One and League Two technically are governed by UEFA as the overriding governing body over the FA, because they're sanctioned by UEFA. And if a League One or a League Two club, ironically, was to win the League Cup or the FA Cup, however unlikely that may sound, they qualify for European club competition because they enter a competition that is a ranking competition by UEFA as classed as major trophies for qualification for their competitions. And they're calling for a salary cap. They're calling for a spending cap. Again, the Premier League resisted that. When it came to the revenue sharing agreement, emergency release of funds, Premier League ignored the lower leagues. They went, we're only going to help the Championship. The Championship said, either you include League One and League Two or we reject your offer. And then we'll blame you for allowing clubs to go bankrupt. And it was just mudslinging, and there was no one going, you know what, stop. We need to change the governance and we need to change the greed because a handful of clubs, wealthy people really, a handful of chairmen and boards have dragged the game down with their unsatiable greed. And I do hope Man United struggle next season. I do hope Everton struggle next season because there are a couple of the clubs that, while Everton were involved in the European Super League mess, they resisted quite openly the fan-led review. They resisted the independent governing regulator, which has been called for by, guess what, ex-players, other club owners, Gary Neville. Now we can agree and disagree with a lot of things Gary Neville says. We don't have to like everything that comes out of Gary Neville's mouth, but he is now a club owner with Salford City. Now we can argue they have no fans, and it's a small club that they whatever, but he's a club owner now. He is now saying, as a club owner, as a club director and a club owner, whose father used to work at Bury, a club that's now gone out of business, as did his mum. He's been around football his entire life. His dad worked for Bury Football Club, his mum worked for Bury Football Club. He now owns a football club in Salford City. And as a club owner coming out and saying we need an independent regulator, I'm putting my name to this open letter. That tells you that the lower league, the lower levels of the football league, have run out of patience with how a handful of clubs in the Premier League and across Europe are exceptionally greedy, and that's where the European Super League came from. And there's a complete imbalance. And you look at my club history. So I've done my histories on Nottingham Forest, who have been a big club, have won trophies in Europe, have won domestic titles in this country. Sunderland back in the day, back in the early days, as I'll call it, in the early days of the Football League, very successful club. But again, post-war, in recent times, money issues, bad ownership. Port Vale, very solid club, very historical club, one of the oldest clubs in existence. Again, one of the early clubs to join the Football League alongside Nottingham Forest and Sunderland at that time. While they haven't had the success with silverware and trophies and all that they've still been involved with the Football League for over 100 seasons. Not consecutively, but over 100 seasons. And they've all been beset by poor ownership. They've all been failed by the system because the rules allow unscrupulous owners to own these football clubs. When you've got a club at the lower levels, Gary Neville's club, Salford City, an owner coming out going, enough's enough. When you've got the Acton Stanley owner coming out going, this system cannot continue, it needs to change. And these are club owners and chairmen who are saying, this has gone wrong. And then for the Premier League clubs to go, no, we want to keep being greedy. Tells you something's gone horribly wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong. And when you've got clubs going out of business, the actual fabric of the sport and the structures within the sport, as I say, if you've got a building and you start weakening the lower levels of that building, it will collapse. You don't have to be a structural engineer to work that out. Play Jenga. The fact that the EFL couldn't find out if Mr. King was involved or not yet. Alam Gia found out everything about him in a few weeks. Hey, what were my thoughts on Birmingham's 2017 transfer window and the Redknapp? Look, the channel was in its infancy at the time, and I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the 2017 transfer window until Neymar's transfer. That was the one that I paid attention to. I first did videos on Birmingham City in 2018, and they are up on the channel. And I discussed certain things about Birmingham City's points deduction and managerial changes at the time. So I'm not really being fully in. How do I put it? I've not been fully in tune with lower league football for quite a while, if I'm being honest. As I said, the best guy to ask those questions as a YouTuber to follow is Mike Talks Football. I will send you his way. Mike Talks Football. His knowledge on the Football League and the non-league and every club outstrips mine. I had to do a lot of research. I had to dig to find the facts that I found on Nottingham Forest, Port Vale, and Sunderland. I mean, I had to go really look. Mike Talks Football. He's like a walking encyclopedia on English footballing knowledge. He really is. If you want to ask questions about, the 2017 transfer window, honestly, find his channel, subscribe to his channel, leave a comment on his comment section, on his message board, or on one of his videos. So look, I'm sent here by myself, Sports Muffin. I have some questions in relation to this, and this. What do you know? What are your opinions on the situation? I tell you now, you'll get a better answer from him than you will from me. I do not know enough about the situation. I've read little bits. It's a very toxic situation, but I don't follow Birmingham City on Twitter. I don't, how do I put it? I don't know enough about the ins and outs of the situation. What I do know is there has been ownership issues at Birmingham City for the best part of 30 years off the field that have been concerning. The stadium issue is a shambles and should have not got to that stage. There's a whole load of other things. Of course, the EFL know. There's a reason why you know, they have, imposed points deductions on Birmingham City before in this channel's existence. I think was it 3 4 years ago? Birmingham City had some points deducted. I think it was 6 points deducted. Back in 2018 or 2019 or something. It was definitely before I moved to my old flat. And if you've been following the channel long enough, which I don't think a lot of you have, I was living in another apartment just over 2 3 years ago, just before the COVID pandemic, and they'd already had a points deduction. I think it was either 2019 or 2018, if I remember. Um, and Yeah, the EFL know what's going on. They've allowed this. They allowed the Derby County situation to get to that point. They allowed Bolton Wanderers to go to the 11th hour. They allowed Bury to go bust. The EFL is not fit for purpose. I don't often agree with Gary Neville either, but he is right. Yes, and he's a club owner now, so he does have experience in this area. Whether we agree with, you know, uh, or we like Salford City, or we want to point and laugh at, they want no fans, but he does own a football club in the football league, and he's going. The system is broken. And I wouldn't say they need to be treated as grade one listed buildings. I think they just need to have better governance, regular auditing, and I think it's they the whole sport needs a complete and utter shake up when it comes to governance and where the money comes from and where the money's going, because we've had these record TV deals, and you've got to ask yourself the amount of money just from the TV deals alone. I remember back in when there was protests about before the cap on away tickets was brought in for Football League and Premier League, on away tickets cap was brought in, and the fans were protesting. And the club said, "Oh, we could let the fans in home or away for less than 10 quid or for nothing." This is what the Premier League clubs were saying, and this was the Premier League's chairman or something. "Oh, the clubs can actually let them in for nothing." Um, and then it turned out actually they were cooking the books in regards to their finances because COVID hits. And that statement didn't age very well. Um, and, and it's just ridiculous. Um, the fact that he found out that much, not just about him, but of course we're having a chat now about the Birmingham City situation and and this Al Majid or Al Majid. I'm gonna have to check him out. You're gonna have to post a link to this guy. He's on a bit of undercover reporting, but the Birmingham City situation is like I remember when the Birmingham City situation is replicated amongst a lot of clubs. There's a lack of transparency in where the money comes from, and nothing highlights that better than the COVID pandemic. When I think a year or two before the pandemic, the clubs were boasting they could let us in for nothing, or £10 or less, basically, was what they were boasting, and they would still make a massive profit. Fast forward 2.5 years, they're trying to claim off the British government for furlough expenses. So somewhere along the line, all that massive TV revenue has gone. Um, where's that TV money gone? So I wouldn't be surprised if more clubs have massive issues other than bigger than Birmingham City, and how they're getting away with it. I don't know. There's definitely a problem with club ownership, and not every club owner is bad. Look at Leicester City, look at Exeter City, look at some of the other clubs that are better run, who are more transparent with their funding. Um, um, do I have any sympathy? Yeah, I've worked in Birmingham. My dad used to live near Birmingham. I've got a bit of a connection with the West Midlands, where my dad lived, um, and um, you know, I used to go to Birmingham a lot. Well, my dad lived technically near Redditch, but I used to go to Birmingham a lot to go visit him and get the train in there. I did work there for a little bit on a contract where I was laying cables. So I've spent some time in the West Midlands, and I've got family history linking my mum's family to the West Midlands as well that I've done some research for, and my dad's family. So I have a connection to that part of the world. I Yeah, I do have I wouldn't say, yeah, I do have sympathy. More than understanding, I have a lot of sympathy. And we do have to ask questions where the money is coming from, and we do have to ask questions in regards to the transparency of the system. We have to ask questions in regards to um, a whole range of things. I want to know more about this guy who's uncovered a lot about the ownership and the funding of Birmingham City, because I cannot see that ending well for the club. I cannot see the current situation ending well for Birmingham City, and I feel that the EFL has failed in um, um, its duty of care to in my opinion, and I am being deadly honest here on how, you know, this club is run. And I've got to sort out my TV license. So. Yeah, threaten me. Yeah, it expires today. Ah, fucker. Right, let's. Whilst I'm doing this live stream, I'm going to be paying my TV license. This is so much fun. Right. Uh, let's go. Yep, yep. Let's go. Um, oh, fuck off. No, I'm not a student. I should have been a student. So I'm doing my TV license. It uh, runs out today. Come on. Um, uh, yeah, let's do this now. I want to do a monthly plan, please. Uh, let's do it first. Oh, I've just got to sort out my TV license. This won't take a minute. Yes. Update payment plan. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. Continue. Yep. I just love doing. Oh yeah, you're just watching me do me TV license. This is so much fun. Adulting, it's fun. I've got my wallet now. Oh Christ! Hang on a sec. Oh, this is fun. This is not fun. This is not fun. Not fun. Getting old. That hurt getting up. Oh, my joints creaking. Jason Spezza. I'll be doing a video on his career. Uh, I will be doing a video on his career at some point. He has decided to stay within the organisation though, which is very, very interesting that they're going to keep him on in a front office capacity. So that's very, very interesting. Maybe a future GM. So he is um, staying with the organisation, which I think is actually quite decent of them. But I oh shit, what am I doing? What is going on? Why is this so difficult? Why are you misbehaving? R A. Why are you not doing as you're told? Fucking I'm not taking my full name. I love this stupid government website. Um, I think the Senators fans will remember Jason Spezza um, uh, uh, quite well, but his time at the Leafs will be remembered that they couldn't get over the line, which is a shame because he really, really is a solid um, player. And he does deserve a Stanley Cup, but the teams he played for just couldn't get over the line. Um, and that for me is a massive shame because you know oh, this bloody I've got to pay my TV license. They're getting shitty, and I'm not having any cool. Yes, I am from the basket. I can't remember. Oh, bugger. We want that one, and we want security code, which I can never remember because I'm a tit. And if they say I have to then go off this, that is correct. Generally, no. Ugh. I have to go back to go forward. Oh, this website is so stupid. I hate government websites, by the way. No, no. Reset. Thank you. Absolutely ridiculous. Yes, I've already got. Thank you. No, behave. This website is so frustrating. How can it be? Ah, fuck off then. Oh, yeah. So half this stream is me now paying my bills, my taxes, and breathe and breathe. Yes. Yes. You can say I have paid my TV license, and you are witnesses. And now it's been processed, which is just so. It's been done. Yay! I've got a TV license for another. No, I opted for paper. Good, because I will. Yeah, cool. The annoying thing is, I've got to play double for the next 6 months, and then for like the next year, it goes down. I don't. It is an intense payment. I hate the British system. Um, but yes, so that's sorted. Now I've got to sort out my council tax. But we'll do the council tax another time. I'm not doing my council tax right now because I will be swearing a lot and I need to use the laptop, which means I can't do live stream. But yes, you've ditched cable, too many streaming sites now. Don't tell the police on people. Don't worry, so do I. Not as much as I used to, which is why I'm watching less NHL this season. But yes, I've got to pay my NRL subscription as well in a week's time. So many bills. But I'm going to be doing that on a monthly payment plan rather than a yearly one because I cannot afford the yearly one, not with rent and council tax. So I've got to sort that out, and that's just so painful. But yes, you are my witnesses. Yes, that is me. Uh, pay my TV license. But yeah, no, a lot of people have said they've ditched and they're streaming illegally, which is another reason why we've seen the TV companies keep raising their prices, um, rather than just be the free to air, because it's what it is. Um, what teams? I think that's actually come up on stream. Who's playing? Let's have a look. It's on the chat somewhere. I've got to go back now. Lithuania, GB, Italy, Korea, Poland, and one more team yet to be named who've got to qualify from the tournament below. And yes, I think Sheffield would have possibly been a better arena, but Nottingham's got more hotel space and the arena's in a better location in the city centre for fans to get to. And it's a fantastic arena in Nottingham. And maybe next year I might go. Yes, the payment was intense. We can now laugh at my intensity on my face. I've got to pay my council tax yet. That's a more intense payment. So, and then I've got to pay my rent, and I've got it's just so much coming out all at the same time. I'm going to struggle this month because work screwed up my pay this month. So next month is going to be a struggle. But the month after, well, next payday is going to be quite a good payday because they backdate our pay rise. But this month's going to be a bit of a struggle from week to week. So I might have to ask a bit of help from the family for a few bits and pieces. Yeah, I probably no. I think I've reached financial fair play months ago. I'm definitely in breach of the expenditure over profits rule. There you go. The 135% rule. I'm definitely getting sanctioned, having points deducted. Deduct 30 subscribers. Um, I Sheffield or Nottingham would be claimed to be an ice hockey city. I think Sheffield's got two arenas though that you could play two games at the same time. But Nottingham, the location of the arena in Nottingham is right in the city centre, more access for fans and hotels around the arena for travelling fans, more access, more accessible, and it generally makes more sense. Yes, that TV license has just made me breach financial fair play. Ooh, sanction him 30 subscribers as a points deduction. Um, I think yes, but two of them are actually used for professional games. So while they have three, two of them are actually used by professional hockey teams. Nottingham, yeah, but one of them is at the standard required. The thing is with Sheffield and with Nottingham, they are university cities as well. There's been a lot of investment in university sports. Um, and I'm surprised Sheffield, with their history with sport in this country, the World Student Games in 1990, the year after I was born, massive redevelopment of Central Sheffield for that the World Student Games back in 1990, or was it 92? That was a big thing, and Sheffield got a lot of investment back in the late 80s, early 90s, and that investment has continued for many, many years. Um, Sheffield's a university city with a big sports program. They do have, I do believe they have an ice hockey program. Um, but Sheffield as a city, a lot of sports, um, especially in their off seasons, use Sheffield and same with Loughborough as well. Um, will use Sheffield's facilities and Loughborough's facilities. Sheffield, I think, swimming's a big thing in Sheffield, partly to do with the World Student Games in the early 90s. They got a massive Olympic-sized swimming pool built. That is a World Championship Olympic standard. And especially when it comes to teams off seasons, Sheffield's actually a place where a lot of professional sports teams, not just in England, but around Europe and around the world, actually go for sports science research, um, and a lot of their coaches get training, and a lot of their athletes go for rehabilitation. And there's a big sports program in the university that the university offers for sports degrees, be it sports science, sports management, sports administration. And yes, they do have a very, very, very big swimming pool there. And also cycling as well. Manchester and Sheffield have a lot to do with the cycling and swimming and gymnastics Olympic programs that we have in the UK. Yeah, that is interesting. That you know, Sheffield, Cardiff, and Swindon have actually produced the most youth prospects that have gone on to the professional game in the top two tiers in British hockey. They've ended up representing the national side at the youth grades and at senior level. That is quite an interesting stat. And you look at professional football, it's the Northwest predominantly and London. Especially South London is a production line of footballing talent. Rugby union, it's actually ironically the Midlands um, that has churned out talent. Rugby league, it's Lancashire and Yorkshire. There are certain areas of the country for certain sports where that's the production line of talent, and there's a reason for that, and it's their youth systems, and it's their connections with community and all sorts. There is no illustrious pirating history with Sheffield. It's Steel. It's Bristol that has that. We've discussed this before, Dan. Sheffield United are called the Blades with those scimitars because of the steel mills in the city and their steel works in the city. Bristol and Plymouth are the pirate capitals of the UK. Just putting it out there. No, no. Actually, honestly, my TV license expires today. I thought it expired tomorrow. My council tax, my rent's due tomorrow. My council tax is due Friday, so a lot of bills are going out, and then my NRL subscription is due Monday. So this has just become a horrible month, which is why I want to get this monetized as quickly as possible and start earning income off the channel. But now that I've done that on a monthly basis, and I'll be doing my NRL subscription on a monthly basis, ironically, I can control my outgoings better than these one-off massive payments in the long term. Sort out because it actually helps my credit rating. So there we go. Yeah, Birmingham. I mean, Jack Butland and Nathan Redmond and Bellingham, Damari Gray, Much, yeah, they all come out of Birmingham, be it Birmingham City, Villa, and then their youth academies because you've got Grealish as well, but Birmingham City. The West Midlands does get underrated, but it was also massively underachieved as a sporting area, like Bristol as well. Bristol and Birmingham and the surrounding areas around Birmingham have underachieved for their athletic development of athletes, sports stars. Doesn't matter what sport, just in general, they have underachieved with the population bases they have, and the catchment areas they have not produced the talent that smaller locations have, where they've overachieved. For example, Swindon is the only place in the UK that has an established OHA, as Leeds have also started their own. Um, yeah, I think the fact that you know British ice hockey is been driven by three or four locations tells you a lot about, and they're all scattered. It's not just in one region. It's actually one in the south of England, one in the north, and one in Wales. That's kind of positive. I'm surprised Scotland and hasn't had more of an influence on the national side. The coach is Scottish, and some of the key players are Scottish, but more of an influence. Basketball, yeah, there's a reason why. There's a demographic reason why a lot of the top um, basketball players in the UK come from London as a demographic. Um, um, my thoughts on player agents in football. I think this can transcend sport at this point. Is they're badly underregulated. I'm not obviously against players obviously having that agent to represent them when it comes to making sure that the contract negotiations are fair and proper and everything's above board, and you need obviously legal representation. But in theory, I could become a player agent if I wanted to. And the lack of regulation. There is some regulation there, but there is a stunning lack of oversight and regulation when it comes to sports agents. And my views on them is many are very good, but the bad apples are spreading the rot within their industry. It's not just football; it's across the board. Um, and we've had several scandals where the same bad apples keep popping up, and they're still allowed to be player agents. And there's dodgy dealings and backhanders and allegations of corruption and rule breaking that have been going back nearly 20 years. Um, and my view is it's a shady part of sport that needs to be cleaned up. There needs to be more accountability, honestly, more accountability. And yeah, we need to clean up that sector of professional sport. We need to make it a more transparent system because the majority of sports agents, doesn't matter if it's football or whatever sport, are above board. They're honest. They do their job, with due diligence, fairly. But there is a growing minority, and I say this, a growing minority who are less than honest, very dishonest, dodgy in their dealings, and there is a stench of corruption and other not so nice things surrounding some of them high profile player agents these days who are now making the headlines more than the players. Like Rinola, before he passed away, was becoming more of a celebrity than the players he represented. And normally they operate in the background. They do the right thing by their client. They make sure the deal is fair for both parties because the clubs also have agents as well who operate on their behalf and sign deals. And they're in the background. They don't make the headlines. They do their thing. And some of the best player agents will go, I speak to my client once every 3 years when he wants a contract extension or a transfer. That's it. That's a good client agent relationship because I've got 20 clients. 19 of them I speak to once every 3 years. One of them he likes doing the 1 to 2 year contract, so therefore I talk to him more regularly. But that's when I see my clients on my books for my bit of the company. If I'm part of a player agency, a sports agency, there you go. And there are others who go, well, I'm trying to negotiate for this deal and this deal, and they're always trying to make a buck. And they're the agents I don't like, the ones that are always scheming and basically trying to milk money that they don't deserve. They're undermining the contracts that have been signed. The player they're trying to undermine and get a move. They're trying to get them as a client, and they're not their client, and they agitate for a player to come over here, ditch your current agent, and that unsettles the player. When the player becomes unsettled at a club, we see so many players become unsettled because of transfer speculation that is driven by unscrupulous agents who want to earn extra cash. Yes, it is surprising that Swindon has never been an EHL team or a Super League team back in the day. They've never been a top level professional team. They've always been a second tier team. Yet they are constantly producing talent for the British national side. That is, a known fact. But it's like Crewe Alexandra in English football. Brilliant youth system. Never been a Premier League club, but they constantly produce talent that ends up in the higher divisions from where they are because they've got a good youth policy. Exeter City, again, have got a very good youth policy. There are some clubs in the lower divisions or lower levels, some teams, that actually have a very good, scouting, youth policy and youth development policy. And while they don't get to keep hold of their assets for very long, they're part of that production line and that talent development that you do need in a sports pyramid from the very top down to the bottom. You need these grassroots clubs that do a lot of the scouting, do a lot of the formative year development of the player, and give that player an opening into the senior level of the game, and then the bigger boys come along and go, thank you. That's one of the downsides to it as well. Yes, there's a positive that yes, very good at recruiting, developing, and spotting talent. It's retaining that talent and then taking that next step to go. We are ready to compete at a higher level, or we can push for promotion. If there's a promotion relegation system to that higher level. That's one of the downsides when you become known as a selling club or a development club rather than an elite level club. And teams like Crewe Alexandra in the lower leagues of the Football League are renowned for their development of youth talent over generations. And then the bigger clubs come along and go, yeah, we'll have that. That's the thing. Yeah, they are quite a popular team. They're a very stably run team that don't overextend themselves financially, whereas other teams have overreached themselves, had financial problems, and struggled. Swindon have, for whatever reason, they've always been well run, and that is the difference. And that's what you see with the fan base. The fans travel well. They've always got good away support. They're well supported at home. And the organisation seems a very happy organisation. It doesn't matter who's in the roster, who's playing for them. They seem to be a very united organisation when they've got players signed to them. Very positive organisation with the feeling you get from when you see them play. Whenever they doesn't matter if they win or lose. What you see with that team is a very well run organisation for the level they play at, with a very positive kind of vibe that comes off them, which you don't see very often with a lot of teams and a lot of sports teams, especially in the lower levels where there's less money in the sport. They come across as a good community club with a good foundation, with good ownership, with a good team spirit and a good culture. Now, that's not to say that players aren't ill-disciplined and haven't done silly things and haven't, fallen afoul of that team culture. But a happy team is generally a successful, productive team. That's generally what I found as a fan of sport, looking from the outside in. A happy, united dressing room and a team that's in connection with its community, where it plays, in connection with its fan base, has a good relationship with them, is generally very successful. So those clubs that have a disconnect, or those teams that have a disconnect with the team and their fans, or there's a lot of negativity surrounding it, like Birmingham City. There's a reason why Birmingham City are at the wrong end of the table right now. There is that breakdown in trust between the fans and the owners. There's that breakdown in trust. Oh, please don't crash screen. Yeah, there's that breakdown in trust at Birmingham City, for example, to the fans and the owners. The relationship between Man United and its fan base is at a recent low. Hasn't been this bad since I would say the 70s or the 80s. Everton, bad at the moment between the fans and the club. A lot of frustration in the fan base. And while they avoided relegation and that scenes again, the season pitch invasion, you could tell that was just a release of tension. But there's growing unrest within that fan base. Derby County, there's so much uncertainty, but the playing staff, the coaching staff, and the fans are together. It's the ownership situation that's causing problems at Derby. You say that we have folded a lot since Steve Nielsen took over in 2005. We've built up the top 4 cups in 4 seasons. I wouldn't say you folded a lot. You just it seems since I've been going to hockey regularly, which I haven't done for a few years now, but since I've been coming, the time frame we're talking about, should I say, that is the period between the mid 2000s till now, that you are a well-run team, whereas other teams in that same time frame have had financial woes all over the place. So in the last 20 years, you've been reasonably well run, the right direction the team's taking, and the organisation is a positive organisation. The Birmingham City ownership. Looking at what I read earlier during the first live stream before the internet decided to go bleh, and my connection decided to go bleh, and had some technical issues. I was reading up on the local press, the local headlines. It's not good. If I'm being brutally honest, it's not a positive vibe coming out of Birmingham City. I think the potential takeover um, with a former player and the fan, I think it's Robertson, I think his name is. Uh, they want to do this like try before you buy kind of ownership. The fans don't want that. They either want them to fully get involved or piss off. And the fan base is not happy with the potential new owners, and they're not happy with the current ownership. And the situation at Birmingham is becoming very fraught, very very toxic, very very quickly. And I do have concerns that Birmingham City could be the next Derby County. Yes, Maxi Lopez and Robinson. The statements they've sort of released on social media don't fill fans with a lot of hope and a lot of trust that they are the right people to take the club forward. Considering the stadium issues, where half the stadium is fenced off at the moment because of asbestos, it's it's not a good situation. Um, and I fear that Birmingham City could be facing points deductions for the start of next season, which would be catastrophic. They could be in a situation like Derby County, where the ownership is uncertain, the finances are uncertain. I hope it doesn't end up like a Bury or a Macclesfield where they go out of business, but that is actually a reality that could happen. Um, so there we go. Bristol does have an ice rink now. The Bristol Pitbulls do have an ice rink now. So there we go. It took a long time. Will it pull fans away from its other sports teams? No, no. Ice hockey in Bristol isn't as big as rugby union or football, and you're not going to get Bristol Rovers and Bristol City fans um, suddenly going, "Oh, there's an ice hockey team." They're still going to hate each other. They're still going to want to, go down Ashton Gate or and things like that and have a punch up. The Bristol Bears rugby club also play on Ashton Gate. I can't see then suddenly being a massive exodus of fans going, "Oh, let's go watch the ice hockey." Can't see that. What I can see, however, and the Pitbulls are now playing in the National League system, which is positive. What I can see though is the Pitbulls building something as a team. Is it likely? It's a possibility that Birmingham City could get a points deduction going to administration. Yes, it's not a certainty; it's a possibility. There's a whole number of outcomes that could happen, um, but there was another potential buyer for the club which pulled out, um, and the uncertainty is that there's growing frustration and a lack of patience for the fan base now because this is not a new problem of Birmingham City with the ownership situation for a very very long time now. Over many years, we're talking about 3 decades worth of mismanagement and poor ownership has been a problem in Birmingham City. This is not a new thing that's just happened. For some reason, Birmingham is one of those clubs that seems to be cursed with bad ownership, where you lurch from one bad owner to another, to another, to another, and the issues with like the stadium and the issues with bad transfers, the depth of squads, losing your best talent. We've mentioned like players like Butland and Bellingham have come through the Birmingham system to move on. Um, it's a problem. It's a Chinese owner who I forget his name. It's a Chinese owner at the moment who's been investigated back home in China for corruption allegations. And so, if you fall afoul of the Communist Party in China, you've got to have done something to piss them off. So he's been investigated back in China for financial offences. There's an investigation going on about the current director's test, whether he's passed it or not. There's a big situation at Birmingham City. I feel sorry for the players and the fans, to be honest. I really do. And the uncertainty surrounding the club is a big concern. I can actually see a fan-led supporter takeover, actually, similar to Exeter City, to get them out of the situation they're in. That could be one of the only solutions is if enough fans club together and find a wealthy enough fan who's a a supporter of the club, like a celebrity or a wealthy businessman in the city who is a Birmingham City fan, just to club together and try and take the club off these unscrupulous the current ownership and stop the Maxi Lopez deal going through. I forget who the current owner is, but I know he's a Chinese businessman who's got some dodgy dealings back home in China and Hong Kong, and he's been investigated. Uh, and that is a concern. The Bristol's other, like the Bristol Flyers basketball. The thing is, basketball wouldn't be a sport without ice hockey. That's the irony behind it. Bristol's not a university city. It it's got a decent and growing population. Um, it's a city in the middle of nowhere because while you got Gloucester and Cheltenham to the north, and you got Bath to the southeast, and you got Exeter out further down the M5. It actually isn't particularly close to any other massive urban area. It really is like Swindon in the arse end of nowhere, so to speak. Um, and yeah, it's an interesting city. I don't think it overly impacts the basketball team, if I'm honest. Yeah, I feel sorry for the Birmingham City fans as well. Basically, throughout my entire lifetime, the team has been badly mismanaged off the field, and they deserve better than what they've currently got. Um, they do, if we're being honest. They deserve to be a Premier League club. The West Midlands has massively underachieved on a sporting standpoint for a long time. Yes, you could argue Aston Villa are a very successful club. Wolves have been a very successful club in their past. West Brom have had their flashes and moments. But in general, the West Midlands and the city of Birmingham have underachieved as a sports city and a sports region for a long time. They've been overshadowed by the Northwest and London and South Yorkshire, um, massively overshadowed. And I do think, um, yeah, they deserve better. It's my opinion. Bristol Pit Bulls, yeah, I read about that, and the players on two-way contracts. I think that impacts. Uh, I think that impacts Swindon with there, but the Bees have got an agreement with Coventry, so um, there's all these various agreements that which I think is a no-brainer for the National League and the Elite League to have these agreements in place. Personally, um, yeah, are Coventry fans happier that they're back in Coventry? Um, the team's performances have improved. I am glad for Coventry City fans and the club. The stadium lease agreement was finally sorted between Wasps, Coventry City, and the stadium because Wasps bought out Sisu to own the stadium, bought the rights to the stadium. Um, so I'm glad that kind of arrangement is now working. I think there's. I think Coventry City made a mistake leaving Highfield Road. Personally, I think that since they've left there, the club's been mismanaged. The stadium situation has been nothing short of scandalous over the best part of 20 years. And the fortunes of the team haven't been great at times. They've been through the mill divisions. But I worked with a lad from Coventry, and yeah, I think the fan base is a lot happier with where the team are at right now. Um, it's obviously a better situation than what's been happening over the last 2 decades, and I think that's a fair assessment of the situation. Um, Obviously, things could be better. They could own their own stadium rather than be a lease on the stadium, which was designed for them. Yeah, rugby union's now the resident sport, and they have to lease and rent the space because Wasps now own the stadium, which is how that's happened. I don't know. But the whole Rico when it was the Rico, the whole situation they had when that stadium replaced Highfield Road, it has been problematic. And yes, it is good, I think, for sport in Coventry that two sports can coexist side by side, but it shouldn't have got to that stage. Um, so there we go. You can see the battle, the bees team struggling from 2023 to 2024 onwards. I don't think so. I think it's a benefit having Hull coming back in to the English ice hockey system and Bristol going up a level. I think is a positive. And obviously the team wants the national side wants to get back to the top level of international ice hockey, and with a couple of young players now in the eyes of the NHL scouts, I think that can only be a positive. Yes, the whole Sisu thing. I didn't know enough about Sisu and the ongoings with what was the Rico, which is now the Coventry Building Society Arena. Um, um, the whole situation with the stadium rebuild, the fans have been protesting, and the fans have been very, very angry with what's happened to their club over the last 2 decades. It's another team that's been chronically mismanaged off the field, and unfortunately, again, this is before the directors' test was, I think. The governing body in this case was the Premier League with the parachute payments, then the Football League and the FA. The governance side of the game has failed yet again in another case, and this cannot continue all the time. Marcel Van der Werve is one of 11 off-season exits from London. There's been a lot of rugby movement. Ealing Trailfinders have signed like 14 new players or something in the championship. Um, and that's ridiculous. Uh, I think. Well, this is what I find funny is when clubs and players allow contracts to run down and don't discuss negotiations about an extension or a renewal. Um, but the salary cap is going to be a bit lower in England over France. France's salary cap is higher, so I can see a lot of these players that have not re-signed with London Irish or some of the other Premiership clubs, looking at France as an option, and because they've now ring fenced the Premiership with an odd number of teams, just to get Saracens back in there. Um, and with Ealing signing some of these big name players, I think Ealing, get Ealing in there, or the Cornish Pirates, make it an even team league again. But with the salary cap being lowered, I think the lower salary cap in England by a significant amount. It's not even close compared to France. I can see a lot of these players who not renewed their contracts going to France to play. They want to get paid, and yeah, I can see an exodus from the English game to France. And the same with the provincial game in Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Italy with the South. I can see again France just pulling these players in. Um, I think the Trailfinders Stadium needs a bit of expansion. They have the room to expand there. Um, I do think that get a pair of socks. I do think the problem is they've ring fenced the Premiership and they put in these archaic. You've got to have a stadium that seats X amount. Um, Technically, the Bath Rec has got temporary stands, so they meet the requirements. There you go. Um, the rugby union ring fencing actually, I think, harms the game than helps it. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion on the ring fencing that the rugby Premiership has put in place. The Rangers beat the Canes 7 with face tap. Yeah, we've discussed that. I think that one is open ended. It's too early to call. I think the final four is so unpredictable right now that while Tampa, in my eyes, are still favourites for the Stanley Cup because of their experience at this stage of the playoffs over the other three sides. You can't discount Colorado in the West. I think they're gonna. I think the Oilers just do not have the playoff experience, whereas the Avalanche have been more consistently getting in the playoffs in recent seasons. I think it would be better if a smaller West London club could share a stadium with it. Esher, I think, is um, a possibility, and then you've also got the could Richmond upgrade their facilities as a rugby club with the clubs that play out of Richmond? Could that be a possibility? Uh, excuse me. But look what happened to London Welsh overextending themselves, and their last year in the Premiership killed them, and they've died a death. They've gone. So we'll see what happens. But I can see a lot of these players that haven't renewed their contracts going to France. The upcoming first test. Big test of Brendan McCullum, and a big test of Ben Stokes as captain. I found it very bizarre that the captain was named before the coach. Um, but considering how the West Indies series went and the Ashes went, losing tests from winning positions, celebrating draws like wins, the poor run of form that the team have been on for a very long time, the constant chopping and changing of the lineup. Now, Brendan McCullum has come out and said no to rotation. He is going to select players on fitness and form. He said no to rotation. We've got to get back to playing how we were playing before the pandemic. Got to stop this. It's not working. And while England are better at home, they've still only won one test match in the last year and a half. And they have played tests at home. So we can say they're better at home, but are they really? Um, there's going to be a big spotlight on McCullum as coach because he's played with a lot of these Kiwi players. And he'll know their systems and their structures. But his lack of first class test coaching experience is a concern for me. I think Jason Gillespie possibly was a better option to try and get out of his contract where he is, which I think is Leicestershire, if I'm not mistaken, with Jason Gillespie. I think Jason Gillespie, if he wanted a first class county coach who knows the English game, would have been a better choice for me. He's got more experience as a coach, and they've gone with the less experienced McCullum. First test has been played at Lords. In theory, I could go and watch the first test, but I'm not going to. It's just going to London and then trying to get the expense of it. Considering I've just paid my TV license, I've got to pay the council tax in a minute. It's just not happening. Not happening. Yeah, I would have gone with Jason Gillespie as the new head coach. I understand why the ECB have gone with McCullum because he does think outside the box, and you know he does have a good rapport with the players he's coached. Admittedly, in shorter formats of the game, which is the concern I have. It's just that he's not coached at first class level, which is 4-day cricket. Whereas Jason Gillespie has been coaching in the county championship for a very long time. But the ECB have been brave. They've gone outside the box on this one, so I can't blame them on that. But it's that lack of first class coaching experience that is a concern for me with McCullum. But we'll see how it plays out. We'll see, if he can turn his fortunes around. If it doesn't work, then it's not McCullum's fault. The structures at the ECB need radical change. And I think that's been said for quite some time. With England being so bad, do you think fans will watch their counties rather than England? There was a big crowd at the T20 versus Yorkshire. That was Lancashire, Yorkshire. That's always going to get a big crowd. Doesn't matter what sport. If any team from Lancashire, traditionally from Lancashire, or well, he's now Great Manchester and Liverpool as well. Traditional Lancashire boundaries is playing a team from traditional Yorkshire boundaries. So the ridings of Yorkshire, that rivalry between the two counties and the communities in those areas, that always gets a big crowd. Same in rugby league, same in rugby union, same in football. Like Leeds Man United is a massive, ironically, it's a big game in English football, but Leeds haven't been challenging for the title for 20, 30 years, and Man United aren't close to a title for what, however long since it's been Alex Ferguson's trial. But Leeds United Man United is a big game in English football because it's that Yorkshire Lancashire rivalry. So I do want to see bigger crowds at county games. It doesn't matter what format. It doesn't matter if it's T20, one day, first class. Um, and I've now started seeing adverts for the 100. Yeah, still not interested. Still not interested in that format. It's not going to save cricket. It's just going to cost the ECB a lot of money. And right now, money is a must. Considering that the ECB are in that much of financial mess, and they've had to ask for emergency loans from the government to continue with the 100 project when it is losing money and is not turning a profit, is suicide. But no, I do want to see big crowds at championship county games. Yes. Again, the West Country is cricket mad. The West Country, you've got Somerset, one of the best counties there is. You could even class Hampshire, I think, as part of Hampshire is verging on the West Country. Um, and even counties like Cornwall and Devon, they supply a lot of players that go into the Somerset system, and Dorset as well. Gloucestershire, um, you know, Gloucestershire and Somerset, not having them involved is just it's brain dead suicide by the ECB, brain dead suicide. But maybe they didn't want to sign up to the fast that is the 100, because then why would they want to? But some of the names and the kits are awful. They've got a fast food manufacturer as a main sponsor. The kits are hideous. The names don't fill me with I want to support this team. Really, um, it's brain dead. It's an idea, and I'm going to say this with tongue in cheek humour, but I'm also a bit serious. It's been thought up by a TV executive high on cocaine with two hookers in the room and going, "That's a good idea." And they stuck in 1987 and the onset of satellite TV. This has been thought up by a TV executive as part of one of those plans that has been shelved before. No, they've just dusted off going, we need a bit of cash, actually. Let's look at some of the old ideas of freshening up the game. Oh, this idea that we had 20, 30 years ago that we rejected. Let's have a look. Oh, we'll do it. It seems like this has been thought up in a TV executive's boardroom at a Christmas party rather than actually being thought up by, people who actually play the sport, administer the sport at a local level. This has been thought up by a desperate organisation, um, which has been basically hamstrung by its TV deal with a big TV company, Sky, who've been basically calling the shots now on things, held hostage basically financially. And this is a desperate ploy to make a quick cash grab because they run out of money. This is a desperate idea that has not got any sporting merit to it. I wouldn't need to have one. I would promote the existing tournaments that we currently have, which is the T20 County, the Big Bash, kind of the T20 Blast. Sorry, the one-day version of the county game and the county game in general. We already have existing formats that in the past have served the game well. Why fix what isn't broken? What the ECB have done is broken what works since 2005, and they've killed the game. I hope the West Country counties completely, Wiltshire, Dorset, Devon, Cornwall, Somerset, and Gloucester, obviously. I hope they all ignore the T20, not the T20, the 100 format. And it's the same with like the counties in the Thames Valley who play that level below the county championship, like Berkshire and Oxfordshire. I hope you know we don't get sucked into this pointless tournament, this pointless idea, because it is a desperate scheme by an organisation that's basically made a bad commercial decision back in 2005. Hence why you had that £1 million $1 million T20 game between the West Indies and England with Sir Alan Stanford, that Ponzi scheme crook. It's because they realised very, very quickly the Sky TV deal was actually bleeding them viewers, and they weren't making as much money as they thought at the county level, at the grassroots level. There was issues, and they've been doing these harebrained, desperate schemes for 15 years, 16 years. Very early on, it was very apparent the TV deal they signed with Sky was going to damage the game long term, and it is proven fact. Peak viewership in the World Cup final in 2019 was 10 million viewers lower than the Trent Bridge test. Day 3 or day 4 of the Trent Bridge test had, because of the time of the week it was taking place, had a peak viewership of nearly 26 million. At one point, an average viewership of the Ashes that year was 23.5 million per test. That's 8 to 10 million that have switched off the game, be it casual or even committed fans of the sport have gone, we are no longer interested. That's 1/3 of the population of this country was at one point watching cricket at some point in the day, in the summer. 1/3. 1/3 of the population. And now it's dropped to 1/6 or 1/5. So that is a noticeable drop off in audience participation and audience attention. That is very noticeable. This is an organisation with the ECB that is desperate. That is just reeks of desperation and no thinking. Bring out a T10 format then, a 10 over format. That's short, sharp, and quick. That will get kids interested. You don't need to come up with a format where you have to completely write new rules for it. That's why it's stupid and brain dead. And anyone who has played the game of cricket or is a long-term cricket fan will go, this is a desperation point. Well, it was an idea before COVID. They were already screaming for funds before COVID. They are in trouble. And 2 years ago, they had to get an emergency loan from the government to avoid going bankrupt as an organisation. The ECB is in trouble, big trouble. Basically, since they signed the TV deal with Sky in 2005, it has been misjudgment after misjudgment after misjudgment, error after error after error, putting it behind a paywall, declining fan numbers at domestic games, fans constantly saying, and clubs, put the game back on free to air TV. I've been pushing for this for a long time, hasn't happened, and we've got to this point where late on in 2018, this idea was brought forward. 2019, they push it, then they say, oh, by the way, it's going to make a loss. So the idea comes about before COVID, and they said in the first year we're going to lose money on it. We accept that. Second year we might break even. Well, with all the recent rise in the cost of living, I think this idea is potential economic suicide. Personally, I would love to get excited, excluded counties like Somerset, Essex, and Kent to ignore the 100 and get record crowd. Wouldn't be surprised if that happens. It is, yes, aside from the big cities, it doesn't take into account that the game is not actually as popular in big urban areas as the ECB realises. Maybe that's their ploy to try and get more inner city kids to play the game. Well, that's fine. You don't need to have to rewrite the rule book to do it. You just give them T10, give them a 10 over format of the game. It's shorter, less attention span. Bang! You probably get 2 or 3 games back to back in a day in a stadium in front of fans with 6 teams playing. I think it was 26 million peak viewership in 2005 for the Ashes, an average of 23.5 for all. I think the first test had an average of about 17, 18. Still higher than the World Cup final, by the way, of 2019. Note that. And it grew because as the series got tighter and closer, and then both sides were still in the chance of winning, and it went down to the final test at the Oval, the viewership averages went up and up. The peak viewership was about 26 million. And even lowest average viewership was still higher than the World Cup final 3 years ago. And yes, if the ECB is concerned about getting kids from inner city areas involved in the sport, they've had 20, 30 years, of 40 years even of test matches, been on free to air TV going back to the 60s and the 70s to get inner city kids playing the game. And inner city kids do play the game, just not in the numbers that people would like. However, in saying that, the game is predominantly played in the rural areas of the country and in small market towns and smaller, less densely populated cities and towns outside of the big cities. So if the idea is to get inner city poorer families involved in the sport, fine. Don't need to come up with a brand new rule set and a stupid competition name called the 100 to get kids and less well off families involved. Just put it back on free to air TV, give discounted tickets to, poorer families, if that is the way to get them engaged in the sport. Give scholarships, get cricket on the school curriculums. Actually talk with education authorities to go, is it possible to, get cricket on the school curriculum when it comes to PE? There are better ways to go around reaching out to fans. I mean, shit. They've had several adverts pulled for breaching advertising standards. Their main sponsor is a fast food company, KP Snacks, which makes fatty fast foods. Um, um, and they've got no connection to the traditional and existing professional teams in this country. You could not make it up. About that, yes. Yes, I think average viewership, peak average was around 24.5, 25 million, something like that. I'm approximating. I'm not saying it's exactly 26 million, but it's about a third of the UK population back in 2005, because the population now is higher. I think it's around 65, 70 million now. But yeah, it was around a third of the population was watching the Ashes in 2005, in comparison to 15 million, which is about a sixth of the population now. So yes, massive drop off in figures, massive drop off. That is a concern, and they're still pushing this 100 format. And I'm just thinking, you're admitting it's going to lose money. You've had to take an emergency loan from the government in order to sustain the existing formats of the game. And in your first 2 years, you can't project a profit. Well done, ECB. Whoever has thought this up is clueless. And their marketing is, just social media marketing, not great. They're turning off existing fans from the sport. That is a concern. I don't think so. I believe brand association is more important than professional leagues think it is. Having chips as a sponsor is such a bad look. Oh yeah, well we call them crisps, you call them chips, or wedges. But yeah, KP Snacks make like packaged fast food, like high carbohydrate, high sugary snacks and drinks. They're a junk food manufacturer, basically, is the nice way. KP Snacks make sweet and savoury snacks that are not healthy. um, they were criticised for their sponsor. They were criticised for their advertising campaign, their social media campaign, and existing fans. Most of the fans, cricket fans, I see, are like, there's a solution to the problem. You just put the domestic competitions that currently exist, like the T20 Blast, or the one-day format of the county championship, or the county championship itself, or even guess what, test matches again back on free-to-air TV. We've been calling for that since 2005. The ECB, not interested. Not interested. And what is the 100 competing against this summer? Women's Euros. Then, at the tail end of the cricket season, when matches are still the season's finishing off in September, October, you've got the Rugby League World Cup, and then you've got the Football World Cup. All matches of those 3 tournaments are on free-to-air TV. They are going to get viewership figures in the millions, if not tens of millions. I mean, the peak viewership figures for the Women's World Cup 3 years ago in 2019 was 26 million for a game at one point. Only for a brief period, but they got record viewership figures for the Women's World Cup. There were record viewership figures for the Men's World Cup and the Men's Euros in 2018 and last year. The Rugby League World Cup, again, free-to-air coverage every single match. Could be potential for record viewership figures because it's a home tournament as well, which is vital for that sport. And then you've got the Football World Cup in Qatar, where it's who knows what could happen. And cricket's got what declining viewership figures, and has done since 2005. And they have been criticised for their sponsorship arrangement with KP Snacks. Their adverts have been criticised as well and actually taken off air for breaching standards, advertising standards. The only people in favour of those on centralised contracts, who knew? Yes men, basically. And the counties have more players who wish to remain unnamed because they don't want to get blacklisted from playing for the Test side and the T20 and the One Day sides. Have basically said this idea is crap. Players and coaches who've gone unnamed off the record have said this idea is crap. They don't want their players to get blacklisted from Test sides. They don't want their players to not get selected. Whatever. I have said it's crap. Well, look, I think the structures at the ECB need drastic change, and drastic change, and it will be interesting to see the crowd numbers for the 100 this year, because of the rising cost of living, the rising, inflation and all that. How many tickets go unsold? If they have a bad year this year with ticket sales, the ECB is going to look very, very stupid, persisting with a loss-making enterprise. And I think last summer, a lot of people were just like, thank God, there's no COVID restrictions right now. We can go out and enjoy ourselves. And that's a fair point. But when the 100 was on last year, the Euros was on. So you're not getting that viewership because a major sports tournament. This year, oh, who knew? Another major international. We've got 2 major international tournaments at either end of the summer, which we are hosting: the Women's Euros and the Rugby League World Cup. And if you are a sports fan and you want to, save up for a ticket, there's your answer. We've got the Commonwealth Games taking place when they're trying to host this again. If you've saved up your money, I want to see the Commonwealth Games. I'm a Brummie. Let's say you live in the West Midlands, you're a Brummie, or even from Dudley, the Black Country, across the M6, right? I had to do that. I had to be Dudley, right? Dudley, right? And you live across, the M5, M6, the other side of the West Midlands, the Dudley, Wolverhampton side, and you go, oh, the Commonwealth Games are on. Let's go, into Birmingham, right? I have to keep doing that. People are going to want to watch that because it's a once in a lifetime event. The Commonwealth Games may never come back to the UK ever again. We just don't know what's going to happen, right? That's a once in a lifetime event. You want to go see that. Same with the Olympics. Once in a lifetime, possibly maybe twice in a lifetime in a country if you're lucky. We've been lucky in my lifetime, I will say this, we've had 3 Commonwealth Games in the UK. The MCC, Marylebone Cricket Club, which is basically Lords, I don't know because that's where the ECB's head office is, ironically. Just because they're the oldest cricket club in existence, I honestly don't know. They do have they could be a fair pressure group along with the ECB, but they've got to think of their own commercial interests, and you know, they've got to focus on their tenants who are Middlesex, and you know, uh, making sure the test match against New Zealand goes off without any problems. Um, and there you go. I mean, um, that's my view on the situation. There is that they've got to worry about their own particular commercial arrangements as a cricket club with their sponsors, with their cricket team that plays, which is Middlesex. Um, and you know, they're a test venue, so they've got the first test against New Zealand to organise, which starts on I think Thursday is day one. That's their concern right now. If, however, the ECB keep making a mess of things, the various county cricket clubs can just say, "Look, we've had enough of this. We're not happy with the direction." I think the county game is failing in not putting enough pressure on the ECB to go, "Hang on a second, stop. You've fouled this up. You need to make changes. Here's our list of proposals." Like the fan-led football review. Here's our list of proposals. Act on some. You don't have to act on all, but at least listen. There's going to come a point where cricket fans, much like rugby league fans as well, I think, will put a lot of pressure on the governing bodies to change. Um, I do think we've seen if look, fan power in football has gone a long way in the last couple of years with boycotts and protests, and it started on social media and then it spread to action on the streets, peaceful action, mind, but angry protests outside grounds in regards to the European Super League. The boycott of the Premier League pay-per-view on Sky and BT Sport. Um, the we've had enough. Stop. Listen to us. We are not happy with clubs being mismanaged, dodgy dealings, bad ownership. We've had enough. Listen to us. What I saw at the Olympics, apart from actually watching on TV, was the Olympic torch relay. I got to see that go past my house. Well, not by my house directly, but by my. I was walking to the pub and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And there was this even people. I was like, "What?" And it was coming through, and I saw it on Facebook. So I was like, "It's coming through Ascot. This is the route." And I said, "Oh, the route literally goes 500 meters from my house. I'm there." Um, yes, I did. I actually high fived the police officer on the motorbike. I went, "Yeah, boy." Um, I was within. I think the distance I was within the torch bearer, who I forget who it was for that leg, through Bracknell at the time, that particular leg. I'll have to have a look at the torch relay legs and who ran what section. Um, I was within about 8 feet of the Olympic torch that day. I literally got that close. Um, it was a really surreal moment. It was literally a minute. It was done. Um, but it seemed like half the town had turned up. Literally, anyone who wasn't at work that day was there. Um, my ex partner, her mum was a volunteer at, I believe it was the rowing event at Eton Dorney, and a mate of mine did the army security at the beach volleyball. So yeah, I've got fond memories of that Olympics and Super Saturday and all that. I've got very fond memories of that Olympic Games back in 2012. Can't believe that was 10 years ago. I genuinely cannot believe that was 10 years ago. That is fantastic. How quickly that time has just blown by. Well, technically, where my ex partner worked, her hairdressers was on the road racing cycle course. So yes, I actually have walked and ridden and worked on uh, the roads that they cycled on. Yes, I actually have been on the roads that were used as part of the road racing cycling for men and women. Not all of the route, but I've been across a fair bit of the cycling, road cycling, time trial, and the road racing routes that they used in 2012. And the last section went straight past my ex girlfriend's work, which was at work that day. And I actually saw on TV giving away. So yeah, fantastic that it was 10 years ago. It's amazing that it was 10 years ago. It's amazing how quickly time has just flown by in the last decade. It really is. But other than that, I didn't actually go to any events. Um, but I have since been to Eton Dorney Rowing Lake, which my friend's parents live right by it. So I've walked past that. It's a fantastic facility. The modifications they've done to that for the Olympics were fantastic. And that is a fantastic modern facility. And of course, I walked over and been around the road cycling because, my ex-partner used to work, in Kingston upon Thames. So there's a section of where they were cycling, where I've walked down that high street and I've walked to the train station where they cycled, and some of the road network around that bit of Surrey. And then when they went further out towards Box Hill, I've worked on those roads and in those areas when I was a sales rep many years ago, about the time of the Olympics actually. And so I've been over most of what they cycled over. I've ridden over most of the Olympic road race cycling route when I've ridden my motorbike. Um, so that's my moment. For me, Super Saturday when Rutherford, Mo Farah, and who was the heptathlete? When we won all those medals in a very short space of time. That was the moment I really enjoyed the most. Was that um, that particular moment for me? Super Saturday, as it was known. I think we had like Kelly Holmes. We had like no, no, Kelly Holmes had retired. Kelly Holmes had retired by 2012 because she was part of the bid team for the Olympics because she retired in 2000. Kelly Holmes was part of the Olympic bid team when we got awarded the Olympics 2005. It wasn't Johnson Thompson; it was the other one, and I forget her name. Jess Ennis Hill, that's the one. Jessica Ennis Hill. Mo Farah, Greg Rutherford, Super Saturday. 3 Olympic golds in the space of like 15 minutes, and 2 of the events were happening at the same time. Mo Farah and Greg Rutherford. Jessica Ennis Hill had done her last event and just won a medal, and then Greg Rutherford and Mo Farah won their events literally seconds apart. Um, yeah, that's mad. Yeah, that's a moment that sticks with me from that Olympics. Um, and it's considering our low point was Atlanta '96, where we had a terrible Olympics for our medal haul, one of our lowest ever, and that's where we changed our direction of our Olympic funding and our you know pathways for Olympic sport, and changed a lot of things from that historic low at Atlanta '96, where we were shockingly bad, um, and then we have the Olympic programs we have today. Now, a lot of reports have come out in the UK about how those Olympic programs were run, um, how the athletes felt, complaints of abuses, bullying, harassment, various things have come out since the 2012 Olympics about the win at all costs mentality. And oh yeah, you can go from being no one to being a hero in seconds, yes, in athletics. But what I was getting at is the Atlanta Games in '96. I think we had a handful of golds, a handful of silvers, and a handful of bronzes. We had about 7, 8 medals. We were shockingly bad. Terrible. No, historically so bad. And apart from the rowing and a few athletes, a few, track and field athletes, we were diabolical. The best way to describe it. To where we were in 2012, what, 16 years later. Yeah, 16 years later, we went through a lot of changes. 2008, it was starting to pay off because the Sydney Olympics we got a little better, Athens a little better, but not massive increases, and then uh, the Beijing Olympics 2008, and then the London Games where all that investment pays off. A lot has come out about UK athletics, UK gymnastics, UK cycling, UK swimming, about some of their training methods, some of the concerns athletes were raising about athlete welfare, bullying, harassment, various things. Not on the same level as US gymnastics, mind, but scandals that have come out there. And the culture, the win at all costs culture over athlete welfare and working in a more positive way with the athletes. And more is coming out now about gymnastics and swimming and cycling that doesn't paint a positive light on UK sport and the Olympic program. Do I plan on doing any history buffing live streams this summer? Maybe. I'm going to do some more video content for the other channel. I think I'm going to continue with other content for the channel, and depending on how much more time I can take off from work, it depends if I go for some crazy barbecues with my friends up in like I did with my mate Rob and my mate Sam a couple of years ago during the COVID pandemic when the rules were starting to be relaxed. And I was basically checking in on them for their mental health, really, because I was the only one out of my friendship group that was working. My mate Rob was still not fit to work after his kidney transplant. My mate Sam was on furlough and his job was uncertain, and he ended up getting well. He got lucky. My mate Sam. It was touch and go whether my mate Sam would have been made redundant. Um, and he somehow survived. Beijing was such a fun Olympics as a kid. Phelps, Bolt, many others. Feels that luster is gone nowadays. Maybe I'm just going. No, I would say the Beijing Olympics was good. My favourite obviously was London 2012. I felt Rio there was too much negativity surrounding the build up to that Olympic Games and what's come out about the corruption and the misappropriated funds and the failure, these empty, 2016, these unusable facilities. That was a time for Brazil when they had just had the Football World Cup. They've now got the Olympics. Maybe loads of positivity around Rio. And wasn't, but I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch any of the last two Olympic Games, be it Tokyo or Beijing. And I could have done, but a lot of people didn't. My mum, who normally watches a lot of Olympic events when British athletes, are competing for medals, I said to my mum, "Did you watch any of the last summer?" Because I was very ill this time last year. I wasn't very well, and obviously the Euros was on. And I asked my mum just after the Winter Olympics. I said, "Mum," because my mum loves winter sports. My mum is a massive skiing fan. We used to go skiing when I was younger. We love our winter sports. And I spoke to my mum just after the Winter Olympics in Beijing finished. I said, "Did you watch any of the Olympic Games?" And she was like, "No." She goes, "Did you?" And she knows obviously she supports the channel and she's subscribed and she's very supportive of this. And she asks how I'm doing and how the channel's going and how it's all growing and everything like that. And I said, "No, I didn't watch any." And for me, as a sports fan, to say that one of the biggest global sporting competitions in the Olympics, I didn't watch a single event, says everything about the build up to the Olympics, even before COVID, all the concerns, the build up, will the Olympics be ready on time? A lot of Japanese don't want it. Da, 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 da. But they made such a success of the Rugby Union World Cup the year before. It just, it was bad. But I did hear that the coverage, not only from the BBC, but a lot of broadcasters, was really poor. And it's not just the BBC, but a lot of broadcasters globally, the coverage was not great, which tells you something. And do cities really want to bid for the Olympic Games, or countries want to bid for the Olympic Games ever again? Is it worth the political capital you've got to put in? Because it was a Labour government under Tony Blair that was the driving force behind bidding for the 2012 Olympics. It was a Conservative-led coalition government that delivered that Olympics. And what is interesting is it was a Conservative government that bid for both Glasgow and Birmingham. It's Commonwealth Games. No, it wasn't. Glasgow, I think, was actually still a Labour government, and it was a Conservative government that bid for Birmingham. So there you go. There you go. What's my thoughts on the current state of snooker? I actually haven't watched a full ranking event for quite some time, actually. There's been a lot of snooker actually on um, the which has been available for me to watch, and I just haven't really felt the interest to do so. If I'm being honest, I haven't felt that attraction or that draw to go. You know what? I want to watch some snooker while it's on while the coverage is on. I've fallen out of love with it. Um, and I'm a massive fan of the Q Sports, but I think as I've got a little bit older, my ADHD, and I have obviously now also been diagnosed with it and everything. I'm a little. I find um, British pool and American style pool, those kind of more quick fire Q Sports, more easier to watch because they're quicker paced. I find snooker. Some of the players like Selby really. I'd rather watch paint dry and sniff varnish as it'd be more interesting. And I've got nothing against Mark Selby and his style of play, but I think because I think they need to bring in some rules to speed up play. I know there were rules already in place about shot clock and things like that, uh, but I think they actually need to bring in rules to speed up play because that will suddenly get more people interested in the sport again. There are some players who are so like Graham Dott and Mark Selby. Oh, I mean, I don't even know if Graham Dott's still actually playing. I think he had some mental health. He had some health issues, and he wasn't a very well man when he was at the peak of his powers. But their style of play is so slow paced. It is unwatchable. And I've got nothing against them as a player. If I'm playing the game against them, then I don't mind that. If I'm actually playing snooker or pool, I don't mind. The game can take an hour if I really want because I don't play in competitive leagues anymore. I just play down the pub with my mate. We might put a friendly little wager on it because they know I'm actually a decent player. But that's another thing. But if I'm playing against a friend or I'm just playing against a guy in the pub, we'll make a competition of it. We'll have a bit of fun. And that's a good way to have a little chat as well. Your shot, mate, or I fouled that, And then after we played around, I screwed this up. I take it quite seriously. And people go, "Do you want to go to a pool?" It's like, "Mate, are you sure?" And they're like, "Oh, you're actually quite good." Yeah, I am what I want to be. But a couple of friends of mine were semi-pros on the snooker and the pool circuit back in the day. Um, so I think as a as someone who's played the sport and someone who has been watching the sport for the best part of 25, 26 years. Um, as a kid, I could sit there all day and just watch the slow pace of the game. As I've got older, ironically, I want to see the game quicker. I want to see it quicker. When I was younger, I could just zone in and just not be a fidget for some reason. As I've got older, I've become more fidgety. But no, I think they do need to speed up the game. I do think they need to bring some rules in to say, here's your shot clock. You've got this amount of time before that's a foul, and the opposition player gets a chance on a red or a colour to continue the scoring or to take a shot. Because some of the safety play, I can understand if you've got to go, okay, it's a very good safety shot. I've got to get out of this without giving away a foul and an easy pot or another easy safety shot where you can snooker me again. I can understand that, but I do think the criticism that Selby faced in the last I think it was the World Championships. I think from some areas was justified, but he had to play his opponent. He was playing the opponent. And his way tactically to do that was to slow the pace of the game down, make his opponent think, focus on the safety, really drag the game out, make it an arm wrestle. But I think there are too many players who do that, and it slows the pace of the game down. And fans are like, "I've been. This is one of the longest frames and one of the longest matches there is." And so I think there were some record-breakingly long frames, and I think speed up pace, get rules in to speed up pace of play, and actually properly enforce them. That's my opinion. You might suddenly get more people get interested in the sport again. Um, There is some kind of European games which is quite new, maybe that'll become more popular. I think in Britain the Commonwealth Games is more attractive for the cities. Yes, I think TV viewership will be higher in those urban locations than rural locations because in rural locations there's the outdoors. Um, there's less connectivity to the internet and phone signal, so you've got to entertain yourself somehow. The great outdoors. I love the countryside. I mean, where I live is on the edge of an urban area, edge of a rural area, sort of on that boundary, where a few miles down the road, I am in what I call God's country, where I'm in the Hampshire, rural Hampshire, and it's beautiful. A few miles the other way, I'm in another conurbation, another metropolitan area in Rushmore, and then you've got Surrey Heath, which is a mix, and then just to the east of me is Heathrow Airport and Greater London, but just to the west southwest, literally I'm in what I call God's country, where it's just beautiful small villages, and you don't realise you've got one of the busiest, what the Americans call a highway, what we call a motorway, literally just to the south of me, just to the north. I've got four motorways within what is it? Within bird's eye, as the crow flies in a straight line within about 10 miles of where I live. So there you go. Is it popular for UK households to have a ping pong table? Um, when I was at school, we had what we call table tennis, which is what you call ping pong. We call it table tennis. That's the difference between Americans and Brits. Is you call it ping pong, we call it table tennis. Um, we did have table tennis tables, which is ping pong to you, in our recreation areas, our break areas, our break rooms and stuff. And I went to boarding school for a period, and then I went to state sixth form, which is the level before you go to college. So you're 16 to 18 education bracket. Again, in the common rooms, the break rooms, we did have American the little football tables, the old foosball tables. We had arcade machines at one point. I wouldn't say it's overly common, but my family never had one. We had a pool table. We had a dartboard. We had a trampoline, um, and we had all the bikes, rollerblades, that kind of. I never came across any of my friends who had one either. But that could just be my friendship group. And when I was younger, a lot of my friends had quite big gardens. One of my friends, his dad built him a zip line in the garden. Um, another one of my friends had a trampoline, and his house was an old stately home that had been split into three houses, more like a hunting lodge, an old older Georgian house, and it was split into three houses, and they had a shared communal tennis court at the back of their garden, where the three gardens went down, and then there was this tennis court, and then behind that was basically you were in the countryside in the farmer's field. Um, and go exploring for hours. Um, where I lived was in a what we call a new build, where the houses ironically were a little bit smaller. The gardens weren't great. The generic, 90s, 80s, 90s, 80,000s new build where the houses just go up and they all look pretty. There's no architectural difference between them. They all look the same. Kind of boring thing. So the gardens weren't very big, but we did have a trampoline at one for a few years. But I was lucky that we had playing fields nearby where we could go play soccer, football, go play frisbee, touch rugby. We had tennis courts that were community tennis courts. So again, most of my friends didn't have them that I remember, because we used to go out the park with a football and play with a football or a frisbee. That's not to say people don't have them. I just remember them more in the school common rooms and the school break rooms and the boarding houses that I was in, and the college, break rooms, the community areas in college and school, sixth form college. So we didn't have one at home, and none of my friends had one at home, but we had them in school. That makes sense. Um, I don't know. I I would say when I would visit friends or hang out with friends in the summer holidays, we call it vacation. We put holidays down. It's another difference between US and UK. And I would hang out with my friends. Uh, a lot, a lot of us just well, we had reasonable sized houses. Some of my friends had really small houses but really big gardens, and so you don't have the space to have a table tennis table because they're quite big. Um, there's just no room for them, and it wasn't something that me or my friends really were interested in. If I'm being honest, that I remember. Um, so it's not something that and I wasn't very good at it anyway. Um, we didn't when my mum was a single mum bringing up two kids. We didn't have the money or the space at the time to have things like that. So um, we it wasn't something that was on our mind. Basically, it was not something we could afford to buy and then have the space for in our little house. So didn't have one. I wouldn't say most of us have small houses. It's just my friendship group growing up, and even now, most of us don't have ping pong tables or table tennis tables. Um, it was more of a in the school break room, in the school common room. They would be there. Um, didn't really have them at home. I wonder if it can become more popular, but it may not be a spectator sport. A few summers ago, I played every day and it really helped my focus. But pitching, well, if you obviously, because you play baseball and you've obviously got to focus on your hand eye coordination and your aim, you'll be surprised what professional athletes at the elite level do to improve their accuracy on taking a shot or taking a pass or taking a pitch. Um, Alessandro Del Piero used to practice a tennis ball, kicking it against the light switch in the garage in his apartment block as a kid. Um, literally just doing keepy uppies with the tennis ball and then ping it at the light switch, turn the light on and off. That was his practice for football. Um, you know, and people laugh at that now, but when he actually gave that interview when he was uh, in the middle of his career in the late 90s, early 2000s, so 20 years ago actually, which is pretty bizarre. He's one of my favourite players. Um, just before the 2002 World Cup, I got an annual book about the teams that were qualified for the World Cup. The 2002 World Cup annual had all the teams in it, how they got to the 2002 finals in Korea and Japan. It had the star players, and they did this article piece. And I've still got the book somewhere about Alessandro Del Piero and that bit of practice with the tennis ball and the light switch when he was a kid growing up. And I found that really interesting, stupidly interesting. And that was his practice. That was his practice to, improve his accuracy and get the right accuracy on his shots and his crosses and his passes. And then you there's been other ones where people have got wheelie bins and stuck them in corners of goalposts. So they'll get a goal frame, football goal frame, soccer goal frame, and they'll hang wheelie bins at different sections, place them, and they'll ping it for the top bin as they call it, and they will literally aim it. And I've shown a guy this, and this is how you aim. And it's all about how you. It's the same with golf. A lot of football players, soccer players, rugby union, rugby league players play golf. Same with ice hockey players, and the swinging motion, and they do this to relax, but also, ironically, a lot of them say it actually helps with their accuracy when because normally they're playing with their passing with their hands or their feet, and they're kicking with their feet, obviously. So if they're a goal kicker in rugby league or rugby union, they're a place kicker, and they've got to get conversion of the penalty or the drop goal. They've got to work on their technique and their accuracy and getting that motion with their body as well and their aim. Golf. So sometimes using other sports can help with your particular skill or your particular sport. Um, but no, I've watched the table tennis at the Olympics, and there is a British journalist who has his own podcast on the BBC called Matthew Saeed, um, and he has a podcast with Robbie Savage and Freddie Flintoff. It's Savage, Flintoff, and the Ping Pong Guy because his nickname is the Ping Pong Guy because he was the national champion of table tennis for a while. He's a very, very, very intelligent man, Matthew Saeed. I think he's half Egyptian, half English. But Matthew Saeed is a very, very intelligent man. More than is just his sport. So when the Australians were caught up with their ball tampering scandal, which involved them fiddling the ball to try and get the ball changed or whatever, so they could get a different ball, so they could get some swing bowling. Very naughty when they do that. Tampering with the ball is against the rules of cricket. Um, Matthew Saeed being a table tennis player and a very good table tennis player. World champ. I think he was a world champion at one point as well. I can't remember. I know he was a national champion. And he's a very good journalist as well. Now, Freddie Flintoff is a former England cricketer. And he goes to Freddie Flintoff and goes, you're a fast-paced one. He goes, yes. He goes, can you tell the difference between a ball that's not been tampered with, that's just been shined for the swing, and a ball that's been tampered with to get a ball change? And he goes, yeah, obviously I can tell when a ball's misshapen or there's damage and when it's been deliberately fiddled with, either by the opposition batsman or by one of my teammates. And so he completely debunked the theory about the Australian ball tampering scandal. And Robbie Savage goes, I don't know anything about cricket. I'm a football guy, you know, but I'm a sports fan. Da, da, da. So what would you say? And that podcast was so eye opening because it was on the BBC radio as well. The, it blew the defence that the Australian Test side had put up, and the coach as well, about what had happened between themselves and South Africa during that Test series. There have been some very ugly scenes in the build-up to that incident, and that was very interesting. Now, I know there's rules in baseball about tampering with the ball as well. But if you found that helpful with your pitching, but also did you find it relaxing as well? Going, okay, I'm not training stuff. I can just relax and just put. It's like the bit of Forrest Gump when he's playing ping pong, when he's recovering in the army hospital after being shot in the arse, and he's playing himself because he's got nothing else better to do because he can't sit down. He's got a big giant nappy on. He's been shot in the arse, and his recreation. He's got to keep himself busy while he's recovering from his wounds. Did you find it relaxing playing table tennis? It's like when I, go into my mate's pub and he's got his pool table. I just go, right, I'll put a pound coin in the table to release the balls, and then I just pop them in any order. I just relax and go right, bang, bang, and I take my time. And I find that relaxing. If a friend of mine wants to play, we'll have a game. If not, I will just rack them up and I'll just clear the table. And I would probably go in any order. I won't even pay attention. I was always leave the black till last, and I was bang, 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 bang. Colours, and then see how many colours I can put in a row. If I miss one, go to stripes. See how many of them I can put in a row. About the colours, solids. Try and put them in a row. Back the stripes again. Put them in. But in English pool, it's yellow and red. You just have yellow balls, red balls, and the black. So if it's an American pool table, it'd be colours and stripes. If it's an English pool table, it's yellows and reds, and then the black one. And I'll just do it like that, like I'll be playing myself. And I'll just practice my potting, and I'll just relax and just bang, 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 bang. And then there you go. I think I just taught me which kind of focus worked for you. When I would relax too much, I suck. When I would get mad and go hard, I suck. When I was cool and calm, so it taught you how to focus without getting too tense or too relaxed. And there you go. You see, it when that is interesting, very interesting. No, that is very interesting how you phrase it. When you were too relaxed, you weren't accurate. When you were too tense, you weren't accurate. But when you were like sort of bit of tension and a bit of relaxation, so you sort of warmed up your muscles, you're good. That is very interesting. And I think sports psychologists, a lot of professional teams now are hiring sports psychologists, which I think puts more pressure on the players. Um, you don't want your players to relax. And they always say, you try and find a way to relax and all this. Um, I think I think the analytics side of professional sports become too much now. We're trying to coach by numbers rather than coach by what's good for a player, what's bad for a player in a team environment. What's the positives this guy can bring to a team, like clutch plays. And I think coaching by numbers going and coaching by stats coaching, I don't like that. I think the best coaches are the ones who do it by not necessarily emotion, but what they see as the player's strengths and weaknesses. You want to protect that player from his weaknesses with his teammates and focus on his strengths. Go, right, this is what I want you to do with the strengths. Don't worry about this side of the game. This guy will cover you in that position, which works better in football or soccer, not so much in rugby league, rugby union, where you can't hide in the defensive line because you will be targeted. Um, but I find that interesting, where you know some I think players are overcoached and they get overstressed and then they don't relax and then they get these sports psychologists in go, oh, it's not working, and then you're like, well, actually, the reason why it's become a problem, like the Toronto Maple Leafs, for example, is because you're coaching by numbers and analytics rather than actually going, let's have a look at the team chemistry, the personalities of these players, the strengths and weaknesses. Where can we hide his weaknesses but use his strengths that he has to hide this guy's weaknesses? And how you pair players up in the combinations. When you're doing it by stats analytics and it doesn't work, ugh, not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that at all. Not a big fan. But no, I do think um, that I think players are overcoached. There's too much pressure put on them from their coaches. I think the media has a part to play in sometimes putting too much pressure. And then we're seeing high profile athletes have big problems with the mental side of the sport and then their mental and physical well being. Because stress has actually been proven to affect your physical well being as well. Um, and that has a detrimental impact on physical health. Too many coaches work too hard on weaknesses in a short period of time. It's okay over a long period, but hammering weaknesses demoralises the player, and then they're struggling to go away. Um, yes, I think if you have that one-to-one coach who's going and will be encouraging, I think the coach is always encouraging, never overly critical. Always say you can do better. Here's how we can improve. Let's work out and practice getting better at that particular area of the game that you're struggling at, or the sport, the technique. One to one coaching is brilliant. If you have recognized that this player needs that hour of that coaching session devoted to them one to one or with the combination which is required, it can work. What I've seen is players in general in team sports are overcoached. The skill and the flair and the joy is coached out of them. And we see this in press interviews as well, where they're so coached. I mean, I look at some of these NHL players in interviews; they are like droids. Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon are really boring. They talk like droids. I don't like that. I like seeing the character come out in the athlete when they're being interviewed. That you can hear the positivity or the negativity in their voice. You can tell they're really happy or they're really pissed off. I want to see that. I want to see that. And I think we are overcoaching the players so they become mechanical. Yes, it's their profession, but when you're making them mechanical, it weakens. You want to see their personalities come out. Um, you have a teammate who's paying 5 grand for a sports psychologist just for the summer. I don't know what to think about it. Besides, I wish I had money on that to throw around. Um, I'm assuming with your collegiate program, you can get drafted into the Major League Baseball. I'm going under that assumption that you might end up in the minors or the major leagues. I'm just going by that assumption that you eventually get drafted into Major League Baseball. Correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to know that, Dan. With the baseball you're playing through college, is there a possibility you could end up in the Major League Baseball system? That's all I want to know. Do I have to look out for Dan Hobbs in the Major League Baseball draft, for example? Because if he's spending that much money on a sports psychologist, he is taking this seriously. He obviously wants to become fully professional as a baseball player and make the major league because yes, you can many players from our organisation, but no in the past. Just because no one's been drafted in the last 6, 7 years doesn't mean you can't go through the minor leagues and get picked up as a free agent. Just going to put that out there if you do want to carry on your baseball career. The fact he is spending that much money on a sports psychologist means he wants to take a crack at the minors as a minimum, and he wants to make it to the major league as his end objective. Don't spend that much cash if you're not taking this seriously and wanting to progress. The fact that you haven't had anyone drafted for 6, 7 years is a bit of a head scratcher considering how the NCAA system works. Um, so, what other sports does your university have on the NCAA system that you could, in theory, get drafted for? Is there anyone on the NFL, NBA, NHL, Major League Soccer, Major League Rugby, whatever sport we're talking about? What other sports does your collegiate organisation have on their sports program that you could be drafted for? That's what are the major leagues basically? Because I find this very interesting. The difference in the sporting culture of the US and Canada, mostly the US, to our culture over here. It is completely different. We It's like my little brother used to play at the rugby club I used to play at. And he did it for a year and he didn't enjoy it, which is fair enough. He didn't enjoy it. Uh, my friend, her eldest son, again played at the same rugby club for a period, and you know, single parent, it's difficult. Couldn't afford all his kit, Okay, football would be next closest, but no one in. Oh God, so no one in 70 or 80 years of the program has been drafted. Oh dear. So it's not a great program. I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. What's okay? One of the best sports for Americans to pursue is basketball. There's the NBA and the G League, and if you don't get drafted, most European countries have a professional basketball league. Yes and no. Um, yes and no. There's a limited amount of the drop off in wages is such that, and the fact there's only one minor league affiliate league to the NBA is a problem. So no, I wouldn't say basketball is the best for an American to pursue. Ironically, ice hockey would be the best for a North American to pursue because there is more money in the sport in Europe, and there are more minor leagues in the US and Canada where you can earn a living basically as a professional. Um, so that's my take on looking at it. Um, but it's interesting how there's no grassroots based league system, the collegiate system or bust basically um, for professional sports athletes. You can't just find a grassroots sports club and a league and go from the bottom. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. It's a good program. Okay, how many of the players from the program go on to the minor leagues then? If that makes sense. How many of your players, instead of getting drafted by a Major League Baseball, go into the minor league draft or go undrafted and become free agents and get picked up by the minors and then eventually get a contract with Major League Baseball? That's a better way of questioning it. How many of your teammates or former people who went before you have gone on to play in at least minor league baseball and had a decent career? Um, the fact you know have played at MetLife and at Yankee Stadium. Well, not you particularly, but your program has um, is interesting. I mean, what college are you at again? because I'm going to have to check this out now and see if I can find footage. Um, I'm going to have to see if I can find footage of you pitching. That is. Um, so you get to play at Yankee Stadium this year as part of your collegiate program that you're part of, even with your own. You get to play at Yankee Stadium as a collegiate athlete. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I wasn't aware college baseball was as big as it is. Um, I know college basketball, college football. Um, yeah, but your Yankee Stadium, you could play at Yankee Stadium. Is that what you're saying, or is that your football program? Because what university are you at? I'm going to see if I can find you now. I'm going to see if I can find you on the internet. Um, let's have a look. Oh, let's have a look. I'm assuming that you're at the Cortland Athletics. What's the name of the team? The SUNY Cortland Athletics. I've actually found your player profile, by the way. I'm currently looking at your Cortland Red Dragons. Number 27. You're number 27, yes. I'm assuming it's your right elbow you've injured. I'm bigger, but pitcher. You bat and throw right-handed. You're 6'3" and are 210 pounds. How are you not playing rugby? Um, Saratoga Springs High School, sport management. That's your major. You have mentioned that. Dad appeared. You appeared in 6 games in 2021. You posted a 3.68 ERA with 7 strikeouts and 7.1 innings. Did not allow a run in 5 of his appearances. Of struck out two in 1.1 innings against Salisbury at the NCAA Division Three World Series. Fair play to you. Fan 3 in 2 shutout innings in a home win versus Cazenovia. Tossed 2 perfect innings in a victory at Plattsburgh. Pitched a scoreless inning at home win versus Clarkson and in victory at Oni. Oni. Oh God. One. Oh, I can't pronounce that one, but there we are. You missed the 2020 season due to injury. Earned first team All SUNYAC honours, appeared in 20 games out of the bullpen. Da, 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 da. You were at Siena College and you graduated from Saratoga in 2016, 3 years starter in baseball. Da, 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 da. Wait, you were a hockey goalie as well? You were a hockey goalie? Jesus. Your concentration face looks so serious. I'm sorry. So you missed all of 2020 season due to injury. How many games have you played this season, or are you on the injured list because you did your elbow? Your stats. Wow. Okay, so far your pitching stats so far this season, you've won one, lost one. Your fielding stats don't have any for this year. Um, hits, strikeouts, walks, hits, related. Um, ah, so have you? How is you look so serious in your photo. You look like you've just committed several armed robbery offences and you've been done by state police. You look so serious. Um, so how was you've only played 2 games this season? Was tough with my injury. Okay. So what's the are you on the injured list right now? It's a shame, obviously, you're injured because now I found you. I can laugh and point laugh, but you're a bigger bloke than me, and you weigh a hell of a lot more than me. You are a big man. Like you are a big. You're 6'3", 210 pounds. You are a fucking unit. I'm not gonna lie, you're a big man. You're like you're 3.5 inches taller than me because I'm a shade just under 6 foot, and you weigh twice as much. You're a big dude. Like you should be playing like rugby or rugby league or American football or ice hockey, baseball. Really, you're a big man, big dude. It's a shame you've got injured, and it's a shame your elbow is not right, and it's a pity you missed the entire 2020 season. That is a shame. That is a massive shame. But your pictures on the internet, dude. Like, hopefully, like, obviously, does your injury require surgery or can it heal on its own? Because you were discussing this before, but that is ridiculous. I found your player profile. I'm really kind of happy now. um, I to me, it's interesting because you know the difference in university sports programs in the US compared to the UK is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Um, but our differences in sport and culture are, you know, again, completely different. We start with I'm whoa, 230 pounds. 230 pounds. Fuck. Like you're a seriously big dude. Like big. That is a fair bit of cardio you've got to do. I mean that you were not a small chap. Not gonna lie. Um It is a shame you've got this injury. You're not really playing at the moment. You've only played 8 games in the last 2 years. That is a massive shame. You had a very good 2019 season. Um, and I've looked at the stats. I don't think how all the stats work, but with baseball, but it is a shame you've only played a handful of games since 2020, and it is a shame, obviously, that you've got this injury that's impacting your ability to play. Um, but the fact you are 230 pounds plus, you should be playing rugby league as a front row starting prop. And I suggest you check out rugby league, the NRL, check out some videos, NRL.com, get a subscription, check it out. When I say you should be a starting front row prop, they are big men. You are an absolutely huge unit. You could be playing front row forward in rugby league. You are that big. You are that sizable unit. You could be playing rugby league as a front row interchange forward prop. And uh, check out footage of a guy called Adrian Morley, Great Britain international, um, England international. He played in the Super League for Warrington, Leeds, and who else? Salford and someone else, and he played in the NRL with the Sydney Roosters. Check out Adrian Morley, rugby league prop, not rugby union, different. Union and league are different. Just check out Adrian Morley, and you'll be like, "What? That is how big you are." You don't realise how actually sizable, rugby. That's how I'm equivalating your size because Adrian Morley was a big bloke, but you're big. Um, I would like the UK to adopt some of the American university sporting culture. I think British university rugby and American football could have commercial value. Yes and no. I think I don't think there's the domestic audience for it. I don't think there's the domestic TV and fan base, the TV audience and the fan base for an American star. We're already seeing pushback against the Americanization of our culture, not just here but across Europe. There is a okay, we don't want this. Enough's enough. Let's keep some of our European style cultures and customs, how we deal with our sports and deal with our university sports and our education systems and our healthcare. There has been pushback. I don't think there is the appetite from a British or a European, for that matter, sports fans' point of view to the American style system. I just don't think it's there. That's my personal. I could be wrong. I haven't been on the continent since 2009, so I can't comment what Europeans feel about that. But I know in France they've got anti-Americanization laws where Mackie D's has a different name, it's McDo, and they limit the amount of fast food chains that are non-local, so non-European, that are American, for example, in France per square mile. Um, they are fiercely defensive of their national and regional culture. There are laws in France protecting that. So, in my point of view, I'm not so sure how that would work. I just don't think they have. Maybe because you're that little bit older and you've got kids, Chester, but I just don't see that, in my opinion, working in this country with our sporting demographic and what we like and don't like. Yes, we are buying into the American leagues as fans, but the American style of sport and how it's run, how it's governed, and how it's owned, fans don't like that. Look at the European Super League idea. Look how fans reacted to that. Look at some of the takeover bids that have been put in by American-based owners. How fans have reacted to that. I'm not so sure that the American-style university system works for the culture of this country, but I could be wrong. You never know. You got kicked out of your soccer league when you were 5 because you would football tackle kids all the time. So I've always had the aggressiveness. I think you mistook our football for your football, and that's not allowed. No, but honestly, I would suggest to you, Dan, check out the NRL. Type in Adrian Morley, like his biggest hits. He's got the quickest send off in International Rugby League, 3 seconds. Um, he's a big bloke. You're at that kind of size. When I say he's a big bloke, if you've now gone up to 230 pounds, 6'4", yeah, you are a prop interchange forward kind of size at this point. You are a big man. Not someone I would want to bump into on a Friday night outside a pub, in any town or city. The British University Championship Super Rugby final had 46,000 views online. Yeah, but you're putting in something like Super Rugby, so you're going to get those people, oh, the Super Rugby, and they're just going to put in the search bar and it's just going to come up and they're going to click on it. If you look at the amount of fans of rugby union in this country, 46,000 views on YouTube is not a great return. It isn't a great return for a sports event of a sport that size. With that kind of fan base globally and nationally, that's not a great viewership return. I'm not going to lie. That's why I don't think the American, the US style attempt at a London series for 3 out the next 4 years. The NHL's been here before, got to Europe. The NBA comes here. While we love the North American sports, I don't think the sporting culture and there's an appetite. I don't think the appetite is there for that style of culture shift. While we like the sports individually when the teams come and visit and play their international series games, I still just don't think that it fits with our sporting culture. That's my personal opinion. Counting out this decade, which year of football was my favourite? Years, because you're talking about season. That's a difficult one. I would have to go anywhere between the 94, 95 to the 2007, 2008 seasons. Any one of them. That period is my favourite period of football. Is beginning of 94, the 94 season. So just after USA 94. So from USA 94 to Euro 2008 is, I think, peak football. That sounds so bad, but I think that's when football was at its best. or soccer, because obviously Dan's obviously over in New York State at the moment with his elbow on ice. But that for me would be my favourite period of time in association football. There's a good way of wording it, or soccer to Americans. That would be USA '94 through to the final ball being kicked at Euro 2008. That for me is when football was at its best. Um, I think we're starting to get back. I think the 2018 World Cup, sorry, and last year's Euros are starting to. It's coming out of a trough. I think it's starting to just come back into the consciousness. But that period, '94 to 2008, um, between USA '94 and Euro 2008, that for me is when football was at its best, in my personal opinion. Um, I think the talent depth was more evenly spread across the top leagues in Europe, and you could have a mid-table side with superstar World Cup winners in it, like Auxerre, for example, in France, or uh, Birmingham City having Christophe Dugarry up front. Leeds United having Harry Kewell and Mark Viduka as a strike partnership, with Olivier Dacour in midfield, alongside David Batty, hard nosed box to box midfielder for England. Darren Anderton at Tottenham when he wasn't injured. Tottenham had won nothing, for ages. But Darren Anderton, what a brilliant player. So underrated. Finished his career at Bournemouth. There you go. Darren Anderton. Got to do a career video on Darren Anderton. Really underrated England player. Injuries really disrupted his career. But Darren Anderson was a brilliant, brilliant player. Just injuries. Just injuries. But he was involved in the Euro '96 side. And he was a brilliant, brilliant player, Darren Anderton. And it was injuries. And it was his cross-cover shot that Rene Higuita saved the scorpion kick. There you go. There's a little Darren Anderton, criminally underrated player. Retired at the age of 37, playing for Bournemouth. About a decade ago, actually. I think he's in his late 40s, early 50s now, Darren Anderton. But he was a brilliant player in the '90s and the early 2000s. And then injuries just really hampered his career, which was a great shame because I think he could have gone on to be a superstar had he not been injured. But yeah, no, my favourite period of time was USA '94 through till the end of Euro 2008. That 14-year period. At any point in there, you go, that's my favourite season. That 14-year period is, I think, when football for me was at its best. Um, on the field, player development, the talent pool just been spread. There was no outstanding one individual player who's like, that's the best player in the world, because the Ballon d'Or changed hands so many times. The Golden Boot tournaments changed. It, player of the season, manager of the month. The awards were more evenly spread out. There was no dominance of an award by Messi and Ronaldo. I think that the 14-year period we're just coming out of, or the 16-year period we're coming out of, the period since 2008 we're coming out of now into 2022, I think is a lesser period. I think the quality level of general talent has dropped off a little bit, and we're starting to come out of that at the tail end of that period. I think that the era we have just had, I say era, the breakdown of the modern era, this second half of the modern era, is less than the first half. And we're just coming out the end of that with some real green shoots of talent just bursting through. A lot of young players have come through all at the same time who've been inspired by, I would say, the latter end of '94 2008. They were kids growing up watching that, and then when Messi and Ronaldo were dominating for the last decade or so, they're their formative years, but they remember watching when they were kids on the TV with their parents, their grandparents, their older siblings, watching these World Cups and Euros and Copa Americas. They're just starting to come into their own in their early 20s, late teens, early 20s, and they're just starting to hit top form now. But 14 years ago, they were 4 or 5 years old, watching their first tournament on TV, for example, which would probably be maybe the 2006 World Cup, 2004 Euros, that kind of thing, that kind of period of time when I think football was brilliant. And now those players they were watching, and now they're bloody coaches. That's the irony of it. I mean, Zidane, Rooney. They're now managers. They were at the peak of their powers back then. They're now managing, and Lampard, Gerrard, the players they grew up watching are now their managers. That's the irony of it. If you think about it logically like that, it's ridiculous. It would be nice to have a place to try and play rugby here. Don't even know where I'd start with something like that. The only teams are college teams. There are recreational teams in New York State. You just have to do a bit of research and go online and go on rugby fan forums and look at rugby league and look at rugby union. They are separate. They're not the same. League and union, rugby league and rugby union are separate. But there is a following and there is a fan base and there is an interest in the sport. That World Rugby would not have granted the US Rugby Union World Cup in 2031 and the Women's World Cup in 2033 if they didn't think that the player base and the potential was there. The fact that there's murmurings coming out of the NRL for the next TV deal that they will play a game once a season in the US or take a round of games to the US is there for a reason, that there's a potential. The So the fact that the efforts put into the Toronto Wolfpack and the North American Rugby League on the East Coast, while it's not as big as it was intended to be because of COVID and delays, there is an intent there to make the game professional. Um, so if there's a tryout, go for the tryout, man. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's um, a recreational league somewhere, a rec team. And there is a big European expat community in New York State because of New York City and the financial markets and the companies that have their headquarters there. Same with the whole along the East Coast, from Washington all the way up. So at some point, yeah, you could, no doubt, in my mind, maybe not this year, but in a couple of years' time, there's no. I have no doubt you will find a rugby league or a rugby union team to go play for at rec level, just on the weekends. And at the same time, within your college, you talk to some of your classmates and go, check this out. This is what and if they ask, why are you watching the NRL? Why are you watching the Super League? Or why are you watching, Super Rugby or the Six Nations or whatever sport? Get some of your college mates to check out the NRL and go, this is what they play over in Australia and over in the UK. This is one of their major team sports that they play other than soccer, other than the English Premier League. This is what they play these sports over. That's how the sport is. I think one of the best ways the sport is going to grow is by word of mouth. And you're not the first American to ask me questions about rugby union. I've had previous viewers and ex-subscribers who've just moved on from being subscribers and all that for whatever reason. They got what they wanted out of the channel, they got the information they needed, and they've gone on and done what they wanted to do. But you're not the first American to go. How many players would you need to play a casual game? You would need rugby union sevens. There you go. To play touch rugby, you would need about 7 to 9 to play touch. You can't play with less than 7 per side, by the way. It's a 15. Look, rugby unions are 15 a side. Rugby leagues are 13 a side. So 26 to 30 players to play a proper game. If you want to play sevens, it's 14 players, 7 aside, touch rugby. I think the best way is to watch it first and get your friends to watch it with you. Like literally the NRL.com, get a subscription. It won't cost that much. It costs me like £130 a year. I don't know what it's going to cost the US market. And you get access to every single match. You get access to the women's NRL. So the NRLW, you get access to State of Origin, which I do suggest you watch. You'll be like, it's another level of hate between Queensland and New South Wales. It really is another level of intensity. You'll be so surprised how brutal it is, even though they banned the fighting in it. There's the no punch rule now, so they can't have a punch up anymore. Check out some of the NRL punch ups of the past, and you'll be like, what? And State of Origin, you'll be stunned. I will suggest that you watch a little bit of the NRL, which is rugby league, first. Also, the World Rugby YouTube channel. The US have got two important games coming up against Chile in the World Cup playoff. That's rugby union, and you'll see the difference in speed of game. The physical contact area, the tackle area, the actual basic skill set is the same. It's when it comes to the ruck and maul in rugby union and the scrum, that's the differences basically. But the initial contact and the physicality is exactly the same. It's then the speed of the game and the intensity of the game. Rugby league is that little bit quicker, and the intensity is different. So it depends what if you want to play rugby league or rugby union, and they're the two avenues I suggest you look at first. Just pay for a yearly subscription, pay for a year subscription or a month subscription. Check out. I mean, the first game in State of Origin is in a couple of weeks' time, so it's like 2 weeks' time, weeks' time. Check that out, because there's not enough people to play the game with, and you have got your elbow injuries. So for me, the best way for you to understand the game is to watch it, because rugby league is different to rugby union. But study it. Actually, study it like a student. And I do mean this. I want you to study it as a student. You'll pick up more. I think with rugby, because you've got rugby league and rugby union, you have to understand the history of both codes, because they're technically one sport with two variations to play it, basically. But don't tell league or union fans that, because they get very angry. You have to understand the history of rugby league going back to 1895 and the history of rugby union going back to the 1860s, when the rules were first written down. And then you have to understand why the teams in the north of England in 1895 in Huddersfield, broke away from what is now the RFU, which is rugby union, which is the teams in the Midlands and the South, and formed the first rugby league. Hence why it's called the Rugby Football League, officially the RFL. Then in Australia, about 10 years later, because it's still a British colony, not a dominion at this point, hasn't got dominion status, the first rugby league games are played over there, and they formed the New South Wales Rugby League, because that was the state of the province in Australia, which is now the state of New South Wales. And the first games are organised there, and the first league is organised there, and that's what they call the foundation clubs in Sydney. And you have to understand the timeline, the history of rugby. I might actually do a video. I might do a video cataloguing the history of the RFL, the Rugby League, and the foundation, and then the foundation of the Super League, the foundation of the New South Wales Rugby League, which then became the ARL, which then became the NRL in 1998. Same with the Super League in Australia, that breakaway season. So there is that. Sebastian Chabal, yes, the beast. But that would be me. I want if I was to say understand it, I would tell you to watch it first, and I would say rugby league would probably be easier for you in the athlete side to understand. The problem is there's been a lot of rule changes the last couple of years that the NRL and the Super League here in the UK and the NRL in Australia have brought in response to the COVID shutdown and speeding up the pace of play. As they brought loads of rule changes in, some are good, some are bad. And But the RFL or the history of rugby league, I think, would be a better way to do the history video, and it would be a very long video, I'm afraid, because there's so much content and key moments um, within the sport to say, right, this is the first year the Challenge Cup played for. Watch. The game goes fully professional there. The players start going over to Australia to play and vice versa. The first Lions tour, the first World Cup is played. That kind of these key moments in the history of rugby league. And it's the same with the football league. Like I've got to do a history video on that and explain the history of the football league, and then I can break down the history of Italian football and the French football and the foundation of the French Football Association, the Italian FA, and there's a lot of these videos. But the amount of research I would have, the video would be nearly a frigging hour long. So I'm gonna have to like pick the key turning points in the timeline. So with the history of the football league, which I'll probably do tomorrow. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Actually, I'll probably wake up early, start researching, and get the video done. And the same with the RFL, the history of the RFL. You know, wake up early, get the video done. That's not going to be. That's going to be about 2-3 hours of research for a video that may be 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes long. Um, Again, the British and Irish Lions. That goes back to when Ireland actually was still part of the United Kingdom. That predates the Irish Civil War. So we're going back before the First World War um, with the British and Irish Lions, because it used to be just the British Lions, and then the Irish bit gets added after 1922 with Home Rule, and then obviously it becomes a republic in 1937. But because Ulster is still part of the UK, the RFU of Ireland combines the two. It's a very complex issue when it comes to the North and South. But the British and Irish Lions tours predate the First World War, and that's when it was Great Britain and Ireland, because Ireland was a unified political entity governed out of Dublin Castle as the head, and the Dublin Parliament was the regional meeting point for all the Irish MPs and lords. And yeah, before the Easter Rising and before the First World War, so we're going back to I would say the 1880s, 1890s at this point, the history of the British and Irish Lions. So yeah, well before the Great War. Best rugby referee of all time or currently? I would say Nigel Owens is the best of all time because he had a good relationship with the players, the coaches, and he's a fan of the game. He's a fan of the game, so he doesn't see it as a job. He sees it as his hobby, which I think Nigel Owens was the best rugby union. But yeah, no, Dan, I would say if I would say rugby league is possibly easier for an American who's new to the sport to pick up and understand the basics. And then you can get into rugby union a little bit later, more seriously, once you've picked up the basics of play, because I think rugby league is a faster paced game. Very, very similar, I would think, with the way the pitch is laid out to American football, um, where they got every 10 metres marked on the field. Um, as I say, quicker paced, higher intensity, less stoppages than rugby union. So it is really the 40-minute halves fly by. They really do when the game is really at a good pace. What year again? I would have to look back to when what was the IRB at the time, which is now World Rugby, the governing body, brought it in. But I think it was about 20 odd years ago. I think it was around 20 odd years ago. It was definitely. I think it was in time for the 2003 World Cup. Definitely by 2004. Because it wasn't in use at the '99 World Cup. So it's definitely been in the last 20 years, within the last 18, 20 years. I would have to double check that when World Rugby, what was the IRB, the International Rugby Board at the time, uh, brought in the video ref. Until about age 10, the two codes are basically the same. When you introduce the ruck, maybe. I think it's rough, yeah, about under 11s, under 10s. Although saying that, I think maybe under 8s now, under 9s. It honestly depends on the sport. I mean, on the club. Some clubs are purely rugby league, some are purely rugby union, some are mixed. You do get them, um, but it's definitely before you start secondary school. Um, I think I first played league when I was about 9 at school. We had mixed sessions where one day we'll play union, one day we'll play league. Um, I think I was about 8 or 9 when I first did the play the ball in the ruck rather than let the scrum half pick it up and pass it. Are the hits harder in hockey or rugby? Ooh. Well, as I've never actually played ice hockey, I've only had my mates play it, and I can comment on what they say when my body hurts today. Um, it's the equivalent to being in. I think on average, a player in the NHL will probably have 5 hits against them in a game on average. Some games will probably be more physical than others, some other games will be less physical. That's the equivalent of being hit in a car accident at around 45 mile an hour. Rugby union, you're more likely to have more tackles. That's like being involved in a car accident at around 35 miles an hour because it's the speed of ice hockey. You have more hits in rugby union, but in ice hockey, they're done at a faster pace. So in reality, the amount of bashing your body takes, the amount of G forces, is roughly the same. The actual physical abuse your body takes is roughly the same because in ice hockey you only have short shifts, where in rugby union some players on the pitch for the full 80 minutes tackling and being tackled consistently from the first whistle to the final whistle. And while you're colliding at a slower pace, you're getting more collisions in the time frame that in ice hockey you are physically active in play for less, but you're colliding faster. Sometimes at a combined speed of about 75 mile an hour. And the fastest skaters can skate at around 50 to 70 miles an hour. So imagine hitting another skater skating at a similar speed um, with the combined body weights. That's the equivalent of a 45 mile an hour car accident into a tree. And scientists have proved that with trackers and the G forces and the Newton meters and all sorts of bizarre tech, which they attach to players with the GPS trackers. Rugby union, you'll notice the little bobbles on the back of their jerseys. GPS tracker. They have the GPS tracking vests. A handful of the players will be selected for each match to have the trackers on them. Sometimes it's every player. I hate coaching by analytics. I really hate it. I want to see all those sciencey things ripped off. I hate coaching by analytics. It pisses me off. But again, teams have signed up for one-off researches, and the researchers go, "Can we just follow your team for one game, and then we'll go to another team for the next game, or we might follow you all season, see the cumulative effects." And they've worked out a rugby collision because it's happening at that slightly slower pace. That's the difference. The two players collide. It's the equivalent of a car accident, about 10 mile an hour to 15 mile an hour slower than an ice hockey collision. However, some players will have 20, 30, 40. I remember one player had 65 tackles in a game that he's made on other players. So you just imagine some of those collisions. Um, so you imagine having 60, 30 mile an hour car accidents in 18 minutes. There you go. That's if you're really going for the big hits. But some of the tackles, you just wrap the legs and they go over, and it's not actually that as physical as you think. But some of the big stand up tackles, you might make 20. I mean, a rugby league prop, for example, Dan, would have 25 hit ups, which means you get past the ball and you just run into the defender. You've got to try and break the defensive line, get the offload, or take the tackle and play the ball. If you're doing that 25 times in your stint before you rotate off, that might be 25 times in 15 minutes. You might have a short stint as an interchange forward, bang, 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 bang. Um, and then you're off. You might be off for 5, 10 minutes. Player might have to go back on again. another 25, and you've got to think that is brutal. Can you imagine having 25 car accidents in 20 minutes? Or if you're playing the whole game, you've got to make those 60, 70 tackles, which I've seen players do. I think the record in the NRL is 85 tackles in a game. That's over a hit a minute. That is literally over. So you work that out. In theory, because not everyone is going to be a massive bone cruncher. Remember that. Not every tackle in rugby is a bone cruncher. Some of them they use wrap the legs, they go over. It's gentle. It's not that bad. A bit of a wrestle, not a massive collision. Some of them are absolutely ridiculous, though. You've got to imagine that there's the possibility. Can you imagine being in one car accident in 80 minutes? Imagine doing that 5, 10, 15, 20 times. That's going to be brutal on the body. Um, the GPS trackers, I think initially yes, but after a while you just get used to wearing the sports. Basically wearing like a sports vest with a little tracker in the back that then clips into your jersey. I think initially, yeah, that'll annoy you. After first couple of sessions wearing it, I think no, not really. They're like they're little UPS, UPS drives, ESPs, the USB drives things. You whack them in on micro USBs, or you put them in, and then you download the tracking information that's been sent from the little tracker, which is about that big. But I would say I'm not a fan of this sports tech science in the sense that we're again overcoaching. We're trying to break down the numbers too much. Coaching by analytics and building a team by analytics, as the Maple Leafs have proven every season for the last 5 years, doesn't work. Like you need a good mix. You need to go, okay, we'll put a couple of trackers on about 5 or 6 players in different positions, and then we'll have players without trackers, and then we'll pair them up and see which one wins the individual battle, and then we can work out, okay, you know, on average you do. I don't find rugby too bad physically, but on occasions playing against semi-pro level players, I've got an idea of what force I like. Oh look, I'm a small guy. I played against some guys who were semi-pro, or so actually a few of them were even pro, and they were dropping down on loan to get rehabilitated back to main squad after an injury. I love the contact, but yes, the next you're feeling your body for a while. I'm still look all these years later. No, 11 years later, I'm still feeling the effect of some of the rugby injuries that at the time I thought, I'm 21, about like 22, I'm young, it'll heal. I have a lot of respect for what these rugby players, these ice hockey players, they put their bodies through. A hell of a lot of respect. I've also got a fair bit of respect for football players, soccer players. I mean, my mate Rob, he's had to have both his knees replaced twice. He's younger than me. He's 30. Just go let that sink in. My mate Rob has had both his knees replaced before the age of 30, twice. And his knees are like that now. They keep swelling up. He has problems with them. He's got no cartilage in one of them. He's got no MCL in the other. It, it, yeah, I have a lot of respect for you know what they put their bodies through. Um, and does rugby union in England have? It does, but at the moment they've ring fenced the Premiership in response to the COVID pandemic. Um, and you've now got to meet. They might unring fence it for the next couple of seasons. I'm not a fan of that, but yes, it does. The Super League does. The rugby system below the Premiership does. At the moment, they ring fence the Premiership, which I'm not in favour of, and a lot of fans aren't. Partly to keep Saracens. Once Saracens got back up, something to ring fence it. Too much of a let's protect the old boys club because Saracens obviously with their salary cap breach, and of course now Leicester with theirs. I don't think that's right. And it also means Bath can't get relegated because they are that bad right now. They deserve to be in the Championship, in my opinion. They are not good enough. Um, I'm not a fan of the ring fencing, but that is sort of a reaction to the COVID pandemic. But it's ring fencing by the back door because they were proposing this before COVID, and fans were like, "No." Now they have the excuse to do it, which I don't like. I don't like that. It goes all the way up to the top of the level, but yeah, there are issues financially in rugby union below the Premiership that do need to be resolved. And then you have to start asking questions of the TV deal, of professionalism in general, which I don't think has fully worked. The money hasn't been distributed as evenly as it should have been. And we can go back to pre pandemic, back to 2019 with the um, the World Rugby election for World Rugby president between Augustine Pichot and Bill Beaumont. And Pichot was saying the system is broken, it's in trouble, we need to distribute the money better. The top paid players need to take that little bit of a pay cut so the lower levels can get more revenue and more revenue sharing. And Bill Beaumont didn't came up with a different policy, and it's who has the TV deals? BT. Um, BT has a big chunk. Uh, Obviously, the BBC and ITV for the Six Nations, ITV for the World Cup, Amazon for the Autumn Internationals now, which I'm not a fan of. BBC for the Women's Internationals. Um, I think Sky has some as well. It's a mix. It's a mix. It's free to air, and Channel Four has some. I know ITV has some as well. Channel Five's had some in as well. It's a mix of free to air and subscription. So I think everyone's got a little piece of the pie at the moment. Um, Whether that's good or bad for the sport is another thing. Um, Sky did have a lot. I know some of the Premiership games and some of the Cup games as well have been on Channel 4, have been on ITV, and have been on Channel 5 in recent years. The BBC has and the ITV have the internationals, apart from the autumn tests now, which I think is a mistake. The Lions tour is still on Sky. Um, so it's as I say, it's a mix, free to air and subscription, and there's even YouTube streaming for the lower levels where leagues and clubs will stream their matches on YouTube. So social media, Amazon Prime, and the mainstream subscription and free to air channels. It is literally a free for all in rugby union. Um, I'm not a fan of Amazon really. I, I just yeah I have some reservations about some of these tech companies. I just have my reservations, and I'm going to leave that as that. It's more of a discussion for the other channel, if I'm being honest, but I do have some reservations. And they're long-standing reservations that I've had for some time in regards to um, in regards to the tech companies like Amazon, you know, getting rights and not overly happy with that. There is so much, yes. Rugby union is one of those sports where you've got the provincial broadcasts on the iPlayer, like Scrum Fives. You can watch the games in Welsh if you want, or with no commentary. You can see some of the club games on ITV and Channel 5 as well, and Channel 4 have had them in the past. Only a handful, not many. BBC's got the internationals, ITV's got some of the Six Nations as well. A whole range of things. Um, Rugby union is more visible than rugby league. That's the downside to rugby league only having the BBC and Channel 4 and a handful of Challenge Cup and Super League games available that aren't behind a paywall, other than the World Cup. That's the problem that rugby league's facing is the visibility problem, as well as changing the season from winter to summer for the domestic season, which I don't think has worked, and keeping the Challenge Cup in a traditional slot when the final was coming up with the playoff finals. Yes, we know that the seasons have had to be tweaked because of COVID and the World Cup for football, but that clash, brain dead decision by the RFL not to think we could have it a week later, we could have it a week before. Oh, it's got to be the last weekend in May. They got that wrong badly. Um, I should should I do a should I do I could do a video. Well, I'm going to be heavily critical of Sky, and I don't have a lot of positive things to say about them. And the funny thing is, when I first got monetized, before YouTube changed the criteria of monetization, I actually had someone from Sky Sports contact me about, you know, um, possibility of collaboration and stuff, and I told him to fuck off. Probably why my channel's not doing so well. I told a Sky Sports administrator to do one. No, I literally did back in 2018. Just after the Rugby League World Cup, I had a guy from Sky Sports guy. I've stumbled across your channel. Um, we want to discuss, a partnership or something with you, and I was like, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I could look at the collapse of ITV Digital and the impact, and the collapse of Setanta UK and the impact that had on UK sport, predominantly football, but other sports were impacted as well. I think ice hockey got impacted by the collapse of ITV Digital because because Sky and the BBC had the rights to the Super League at the time. ITV Digital was set up, and then they couldn't get a TV rights partner. And part of the reason was ITV Digital was interested in going, okay, we'll take ITV as a company because we can put games on the free to air channel as well. We'll we'll come in and have a deal like Premier Free Sports have got now, and then it went tits up. But it didn't last very long. And it almost caused the collapse of ITV in general, for good or for bad. And there was concerns about that. The share price collapsed to pennies for a share. At one point, it was like 5p a share for ITV because it was on the stock. It's on the stock market. It damn near killed ITV. And there was a concern that TV soaps like Emmerdale and Coronation Street, which are two of the longest running TV series in the UK, alongside EastEnders, they would cease to be made. The programs like The Bill and London's Burning, which were also long running TV shows, are no longer made as part of the restructuring of ITV. Um, and then, yeah, they stopped broadcasting certain programs. There was a concern with the European club football, like the Champions League and UEFA Cup, and Cup Winners' Cup. Well, the Cup Winners' Cup had ceased to be a competition by that point. But when it came to the Euros and World Cups and Rugby Union World Cups, heartbeats, there was a concern that shit, they've signed up for these contracts that are worth a lot of money because of the advertising revenue. BBC can't fully take on all of it because they had the FA Cup Premier League rights solely as highlights for a period, and the BBC didn't because of ITV Digital coming along, and it collapsed, and then the BBC gets all these rights back. But there was a concern that it would impact the Rugby Union coverage in 2003 for the World Cup, the Six Nations, and the Autumn Internationals, because ITV were bidding for some of the games and some of the highlights packages. A whole range of F1, you name it, there was concerns about it. And yeah, it did cause massive shockwaves through the British media and the British sports media. Um, yeah, it really nearly destroyed ITV, which was a merger of all the regional broadcasters that were on the third channel back in the 70s and 80s. ITV was a merger of Granada and Meridian and LWT. They all merged together to basically Carlton and all that to form ITV in the late 80s, early 90s, when they were on the regional Channel 3, basically. ITV has always been Channel 3 for terrestrial TV. On your standard box, it's always the third channel, along BBC One, BBC Two. ITV was Channel 3. That's why Channel 4 and Channel 5 have got their names. Is BBC One and BBC Two. ITV was Channel 3. Channel 4 comes along, and then Channel 5. That's why Channel 4 and Channel 5 have got their names, is because of ITV being on the third frequency channel when it was just analog TV before satellite TV. There you go. Didn't know that, did you? And the near collapse of ITV because of ITV Sport, ITV Digital going down the toilet did have an impact on sports rights bidding. further down the track, but not directly at the time. But because they'd signed up for these contracts for 5, 10 years, and then they go up for renewal every period. But when they came up to renewal, the highlights packages, the FA Cup, um, the World Cups, rugby- things like that, Rugby League World Cups, Cricket World Cups. Um, it it could be one of the reasons why Channel Four didn't keep the Test cricket, or BBC didn't get them, because ITV Digital. If ITV Digital hadn't collapsed, it wouldn't have surprised me if ITV had swooped in and saved domestic cricket from Sky. Because it collapsed, F1 had to find a home. Ultimately, it was BBC for a while, then Channel 4, now ultimately Sky. It had a knock-on impact on the finances of ITV for many, many years. When it came to sports rights, only until recently have they been fixed. But when it came to sports rights, bidding for them, ITV couldn't compete. So it did lose the F1 to BBC, which ultimately lost it to Channel 4. But that's not really losing Channel 4 because they're still TV license funds, both organisations at this point. But ITV lost the F1. It touring cars went to ITV4, so really on one of the lesser channels on the network. Um, it it didn't bid for the Italian football rights when they became available. Channel 5 got them when they became back available to be sold to the English market. Channel 4 had them, and then the collapse of ITV Digital happens when Channel 4 loses Serie A, and ITV, again, interested in the Serie A rights to show, look what we've got. We've got this as our domestic. And Channel 5 picked them up a bit later on in the cycle, TV rights, because ITV couldn't bid for them because they were so buggered financially that BBC didn't want them. Channel 4 had run its course with their contract, didn't want to renew or couldn't afford to renew to what Serie A was selling. And Channel 5 was in its infancy. It was feeling its way with a few, the last season, the Cup Winners' Cup was on Channel 5. But it was feeling its way in the sports market and didn't have as much money behind it as the other channels did at the time. Until later on, when it got some Europa League and Europa League games shared with ITV, because ITV couldn't afford the whole package. So Channel 5 eventually gets some of the Europa League games as well, as alongside the Italian football at a later date, later on in the 2000s. And so, yeah, the ITV Digital collapse, I remember it very vividly because it came at roughly the same time MG Rover went tits up as well. And the government couldn't just step in and save a broadcaster and save a car company, so it let them both go bust. There you go, because it was happening at the same time. So a major broadcaster, free-to-air broadcaster, uh, primarily with a digital arm, and a major car manufacturer, the government were like, we can't say, and it was a Labour government this happened under, couldn't save either. ITV just about survived. MG Rover didn't. So there was a knock-on impact on industry as well. It was just a messy period, and it ultimately, yes, led to the Setanta mess 5, 6 years later that more impacted Scottish football, but did have a knock-on impact for English football as well. Before the paywall, did any of the American sports? Um, Even with the paywall, Channel 4 and Channel 5, um, even after, sorry, Channel 4 and Channel 5 and BBC have had highlights packages. Radio, there's been radio, there's been, podcast is more modern, but the free-to-air broadcasters have had the NFL and the NHL. Channel 5 even had NASCAR at one point. So the American sports, there has been that sort of interest since the 90s. And as time has gone on, the interest has grown. Um, but the sporting landscape and what salaries are now and the money has changed. It's changed. I think that's why I said that. That's why I say 94 to 2008 for me is when football is at its best. The money hasn't fully destroyed it like it has done in the last decade. I think there was a point where we should have gone, okay, enough's enough. Now we've got to put the salary cap in. We should have done that, and we didn't. and it has led to European football having the problems it's having now, all these decade and a half later. But I honestly think football was at its best quality. The players were at their best between '94 and 2008, and I won't have my mind changed on that because I don't think the Euros and the last World Cup was enough to swing it back for my enjoyment. Even though I said this was make or break, these tournaments will make or break for me. They did enough to keep me interested in the sport and wanting to cover the sport, but they didn't do enough to say we're back to the '94 to 2008 period for quality, and we're not quite there yet. Well, yeah, I would say baseball historically back in the Victorian era and around the Second World War was quite popular because of the links with the US. But the NFL for the last 20, 30 years has had a solid following. The NHL has had a solid following. Major League Baseball, not so much. The NBA with Space Jam, the NHL with um, the Mighty Ducks film. The '90s was again a time when major sports leagues in the US and Canada were like, well, we've got these film franchises. Let's drop in a Wayne Gretzky and a Michael Jordan in there in these film franchises. There we go. And that actually helped sell the product to the UK audience. We went nuts for Space Jam. We went nuts for the Mighty Ducks. And, Warner Brothers and Disney. Well, the rest is history, isn't it? And now Warner Brothers and Disney own sport, sports networks, TV networks. So there you go. The rest, as I say, is history. Oh, my phone's going off. Ah! Oh, my mum's coming over, so I'm going to have to end the stream very, very soon. But I've really enjoyed, in the '80s and '90s, the NBA was cool. Not so much. Yeah, it's playoffs. It's playoffs, and I'm not seeing a lot of social media content in regards to the NBA playoffs. Uh, uh, hang on a sec. Yes. I can't text today. I've done my TV license, paid paid some taxes, and that was intense. That was an intense TV license. Uh, but yeah, I think the '80s and the '90s, the NBA was a solid product. It really was a solid product. And Space Jam really, honestly did help sell that product not only to a wider audience in the US and Canada, but to a wider audience in the UK and Europe. Um, Space Jam 2, I think, fell flat a little bit. I know it was funny, and you get LeBron James in there, and you get all the characters back, but it didn't have the same impact to selling it to that wider audience. The NHL really did really well off the back of the Mighty Ducks. Obviously, the Anaheim Ducks now, the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim. Disney did really well with that. I loved the Mighty Ducks film as a kid. The franchise is still going. Again, not only was that a great film for the US market, and well, not the Canadian, but the US market, to the new locations, the expansion team that was Anaheim. Um, it also sold the sport again to the European, especially the UK and the Western European audience. And I, I don't see the sports having that kind of outreach now. I just don't, which I find really surprising, um, because especially the NHL. That's a sport that should sell itself. High paced, high action, lots of collisions. You know, constant. The NHL probably does quite well because ice hockey has some popularity in the UK. Yeah, but it should be a sport that should automatically sell itself. The overseas TV deal that the NHL has is not as good as it should be. And the domestic US TV deal is not as good as it should be or could be. Um, and could argue the same is could be said, if not better, for Major League Baseball. The media rights deal they have and the overseas TV deal they have is nowhere near what it should be. The media rights deal for Major League Baseball is totally inadequate. Yet, for some reason, I will say this: the NHL revenues last year, the last year before COVID, so 2019, 2020, no, 2018, 2019, sorry, the last full season before COVID was about $5 billion. The revenues that Major League Baseball brought in the last season before COVID was $10 billion. Yet the NHL players are paid more and have a better share of the revenues the league brings in. Major League Baseball doesn't. That's my answer to that one. Is the NHL has half the revenue of Major League Baseball on the last COVID-free season, yet the players get a greater share of said revenue and have a better minimum salary than Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball makes twice as much money, there's two less teams, the players are paid less on average. The top end talent gets paid more because there's no salary cap, but bottom end talent, the average player, the average salary is less. Baseball will never succeed over here because we have cricket and we have an over congested sports market for a much smaller population and area size than the US. Also, Major League Baseball hasn't got its overseas marketing right. The TV deal it signed for the 2019 London Series was crap. They've announced they're coming for 3 of the next 4 years, but not in 2025. Why not 2025? That's interesting that they're not coming on that year, but they've made an agreement for 3 out of the 4 years. Why is that? That could be problematic. They haven't announced what teams are playing over these upcoming series. They've not announced the TV and media partners like they did with the 2019 series. That is a problem that they have. What we do know with the NFL and the NBA is the NBA is going to be on Sky. We know that. The NFL, we know the free-to-air broadcasters regularly will go, well, for the next couple of years, it'll be this channel, then it'll be this channel, then it'll be this channel. We know. And we know in advance what teams are coming, when they're coming, and what one of the London stadiums they're playing at. White Hart Lane, Wembley, Twickenham, whatever. Major League Baseball, they haven't announced the venues. Most likely the Oval if they can, because that was in their planning for the 2019 series. They looked at the Oval and then they went, "Oh, the Cricket World Cup's taking place. We can't use it." They were going to use the Oval. They went to the London City Stadium. Now the problem with the London City Stadium is it's owned by the taxpayer. It's leased to West Ham. So anytime there's any kind of stadium alterations, be it with the seating for the athletics track, the football pitch, they're playing rugby union, rugby league there, which is why they're not using the Rugby League World Cup. Very noticeable why they're not doing that. Very key. Also a bit surprising, but it is a fact. It's because of the taxpayer cost. 4 to 5 million to get the playing surface set up for baseball. That cost has probably gone up now because of the rise in with inflation and the cost of living. So add on a couple of million to that, maybe a 1.5 million, so maybe 6 million, maybe 6.5. Taxpayer money. That is a problem that they've got to try and sell to us, the taxpayer, because only the capacity of that stadium, 2 games, maybe 80,000 people, 90,000, depending on the seating arrangements, will go to the game out of a population of X amount of 60, 70 million. Yet we're all paying no, that doesn't sit well with me that British taxpayers are paying for that reconfiguration of the playing surface. But it's an American league, and the other major leagues have come to the UK and come to Europe, so they've got to save face. They've got to try and, you know, not be left behind on the European market, because the American tourists come here. There are American businessmen and women here. There's American companies here. There's a lot of American armed forces personnel in Europe because of NATO. Not to, not to come to the US market would be a disaster for their PR. It's a PR stunt. It's a PR image. There's a bug in my flat. It's going to die in it. And so therefore, they're sort of forced to go because the rival leagues, bug is going to die, die. They're sort of forced to, sorry, because of their rival leagues who they're competing for that market share for viewership are coming here. And while the only major rival league they've got to compete against right now is the MLS, which is not on the same level for revenues and quality and top level players and all that. If Major League Baseball have a disaster like they did with like the lockout, they could really turn their fan base to another sport who are competing for the American dollar. And also because of unemployment rates and wage freezes and what's happened economically in the US since COVID, they need that European money coming in because it's easy revenue. It's a cash cow. It literally is the cash and carry. It's easy revenue to make because you can have limited edition jerseys, you can have limited edition merchandise, all that kind of stuff. Sponsorship deals with European or British corporations, so more revenue coming in that otherwise would be there. Selling the product to the British audience, so those merchandise sales online, the TV ad revenue, I mean, all sorts of agreements that bring income in. Now, they've been very slow on the uptake, whereby the NFL have been coming here every year since 2007, COVID notwithstanding. The NBA has been coming here to the O2 recently, but been coming since the early 90s. The NHL's been here before, and the rest of Europe as well. The NFL has now grown the London series to we'll go to Germany as well. They are behind the curveball. They are losing fans to the other sports, and while they're still making double what the NHL makes, for example, they're making less than what the NFL makes. They're making less than what the NBA makes at the moment. The NHL revenues are increasing, even with COVID. They've just had a lockout, delayed start to the season, a lot of negative press in the off season, unrest amongst the fan base, scandal. There is a chance the NHL could pass Major League Baseball if they get their strategy wrong. And that's where the owners will be looking at Manfred going, is he the right guy to be commissioner? Do we want him to be our mouthpiece? Do we get rid of this guy? This is the ultimate argument here. So, yeah, Major League Baseball needs to market itself better because I think it's not doing itself any favours by being late to the party in regards to taking games to Europe. Getting those TV deals signed, getting those merchandise and sponsorship deals signed with European companies for revenue, selling the product to the Europeans and the expat personnel, US military and business people over here. It's been late to tap into the European sports market, whereas the NBA, the NHL, and the NFL are quite frankly miles ahead in developing their product at the moment, miles ahead. While they don't necessarily need the UK market, they sort of do. Because if they can establish themselves in the UK market and maybe the other Western European markets, they can sell their merchandise. They can sell their product to a wider audience than they because they can sell the sport because the other, especially the NHL, has a wider catchment area for talent, and Major League Baseball is facing a lot of challenges with an aging fan base, less young people engaging with the sport, um, unrest in the fan base. They've just had a lockout, so there's labour unrest within the organisation. I can see the players going on strike or another lockout happening before the end of the CBA agreement. Teams losing money, no salary cap. They are a league under pressure, and they're coming off the back of just before COVID, the sign stealing scandal. So they are a league and an organisation on the back foot right now. Whereas the other leagues have been more proactive, they got their return to play protocols in place sooner. They got games played. They completed seasons. Major League Baseball, the league, and the Players Association were arguing in late on into 2020 about how many games they're going to play, the schedule, how much salary is deferred. Players wanted to play as many games as possible, so they had to give up their salary. You know, they allowed the CBA to lapse at the beginning of December last year. The lockout lasted the longest lockout in history. It was one of the longest labour stoppages Major League Baseball's ever had. Very damaging for the league. I think it was the second longest stoppage they've had in history and the longest lockout they've had in history because the other one was a player strike. So their public image is at risk here. And I am surprised they've taken it this long to take games to Europe, not just London, to Europe. Now they've committed to 3 out of the next 4 years, so 23, 24, 26, not 25, which I find weird that they're not coming in 2025. Why that is, I don't know, but we shall see what happens. Anyway, I'm going to leave that there. I've been on for over 4 hours now. I really appreciate all the questions you've had. I do apologise about the first stream and the technical issues we've had. For some reason, the internet has been a bit iffy the last 3-4 days. So I do apologise for some of the connectivity issues because obviously, though, I was trying to do a live stream earlier. This is the second attempt, so take 2. Oops, excuse me. But this stream has given me some ideas for some video ideas, like the history of the Football League and the Rugby Football League. Some more club videos I can do, some more club histories. But no, thank you very much, obviously, for your questions. Really appreciate it. And I'll have some more videos for you guys very, very soon.